There we go. There we go. All right. I'm getting things set up, folks. Listen, streaming is a hard game, all right? You can't just stream. One does not simply walk into streaming. What is all this? And I discover something new about my own setup every single time I start streaming. It's crazy. It's crazy, people. It's crazy. Welcome in, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. Make sure you say hi. I'm trying to whatever. I'm doing some setup here. I hope everyone's having a good day. I'm still a little congested from my cold, but I'm here. I'm here and I'm going to teach you today how to be an Omega GigaChad developer. If you want to learn how to be an Omega GigaChad developer, you have come to the right place. Whether it's Twitter or YouTube or Twitch or wherever you're from, I will teach you. Let me pull up notes on what I'm doing. That's not the right note. It actually is the right note, because as a Omega GigaChad developer, I do nothing but pull up the right stuff all the time. Everything I do is perfect. This is way too zoomed in. We're off to a great start. We're off to a great start. Hey, Purecoin, 10x. 10x. Man, you're shooting like that. You're shooting too low, man. 10x? No. When we're talking Omega GigaChad, we're talking like 10x times 10x. Okay. 100x, yeah. There we go. All right. That's all pulled up. Should probably move this down here. There we go. Yeah, Purecoin. If you want to learn how to do that. Oh, Riz. Damn, Riz, man. I can't believe I've been streaming for so long, and I've got I've got subscribers on Twitch who've subscribed for many months, and like many months to me, but three months resubscribing for a month at tier 1. I appreciate it, Riz. That's really kind of you, man. I hope I do the I hope I make it worth it, do it justice, because I know what it means to separate yourself from your money. It's got to be worth something, right? So hopefully I make it worth it. It's good to see you too, Riz. How are you doing? Purecoin, how are you doing? Let me know how you guys are doing. Shreyas is here. Hey, Shreyas, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Shreyas, it's good to see you, bud. Good to see ya. Let me have a swig of my coffee, and man, I hope my voice lasts longer than yesterday. We'll see how I do. You're doing great. Nice. I'm doing well, man. I'm doing well. I'm feeling a lot better. It's just the liquid phlegm congestion stuff up in my head. Purecoin's okay. Good. I'm glad to hear that, Piercoin. I hope by the end of the day you're better than okay. Once you've learned how to be an Omega GigaChad developer, I hope at the end of your day you're like, I'm fantastic. That's my goal, is to make Piercoin at the end of the day go, I'm fantastic. Piercoin says, I've been working on some school assignments today. Didn't make much progress, but we'll continue tomorrow. Just chilling now. Cool. I respect that. It's good to chill out. Shreyas, it's Omega GigaChad developer. Make sure that you remember how to pronounce that, because that is, from now on, what I would like to be referenced by, because it's just what I am. So get the pronunciation right. Well played, Shreyas. Well played. So I'm gonna need to ask for some help, which I don't normally do, because normally I know exactly what to do and how to do it, and I don't need help from nobody. I'm my own man, and I make my own decisions. Hey Jodem, good to see you. But I think I'm at a point where I could use some help. Jodem, let me know how you're doing. It's good to see you. I'll let some of the regulars roll in. I'll give it a minute. And let my community have a chance to jump in. Oh, Jodem, you're good? I'm glad to hear that. Lawler, hey Lawler. Zach is here. Hey Zach, good to see you. You guys are awesome. I know there's people on the Twitter side, on the X side, whatever you want to call that. Hello everyone on the Twitter side, and everywhere else I'm streaming, LinkedIn and Rumble and all those other places. Piercoin, do I know WASM? Piercoin, oh, do I know WASM? Yeah, I do. I stream on LinkedIn. I stream on Rumble. And where else? The Algora. I had to stream on Algora because they're a bunch of Greekos, a bunch of Greeks like me, and they have a platform, a streaming platform, and I promised them I would give it a try. All the places. Well, I hope you guys are all doing well. Zach, I hope you're doing well. Let me know how you're doing. Yeah, Piercoin, is it really Omega GigaChad? Yeah, Piercoin. I mean, I don't know if you know, but like the entire game that I've built with chat. Let me just pull it up here. It's basically at least 50% WebAssembly. I am WASM, yeah. It's true, I am WASM. Oh no, is it not running? Hang on, I'll run it for you, Piercoin. And I'll show you. I'll show you the see if that runs. Oh. None. I didn't do it right. I didn't start up my Docker container right. I'm sorry. Hang on one sec. What? course. You know, this typically happens. You get asked to perform, and then something happens, and then your performance goes, you know, immediately fails. Let's try this. All right, there we go. Okay, peer coin. Oh, hang on. Zach, doing pretty good outside of being sick. You over your sickness yet? Zach, I'm sorry to hear you're still sick. I hope you get better soon, man. That sucks. And I'm over it. The only thing that's left is congestion, right? So you can probably hear it in my voice. I definitely do. So I'm just going to power through it as much as I can. Kind of like yesterday. I only did 3 hours yesterday. Normally I do pretty long streams, but you know, nice frothy ones. But I couldn't yesterday because of my voice. So you only know me as a sick man. Yeah, Zach. I'll get over it. I promise. Okay. It's all I know. Yeah. So peer coin. Yeah, this is WebAssembly. I'll show you the WebAssembly code. Only a bit, although the TTS stream was an interesting experience, right? Maybe I should just do more of those TTS streams. When I'm working through the night, when I'm pulling a long night, but I can't talk because everyone's asleep, maybe I should just do more TTS streams at night. I might try it, just for fun. Just like late night, I'm working through the night TTS stream, everyone's asleep, I can't talk, but I'll TTS you. So Peercoin. WebAssembly. Right here. And how am I running the WebAssembly code? Let me pull up the... Where did it go? Oh, man, all this performance crap. As soon as you ask me to perform, I swear this never happens, Peercoin. I swear this never happens, all right? I just turned 40. I'm now the ripe old age of 40. So, I'm bound to, like, not be able to perform at peak levels, right? But, like, I swear, Peercoin. I like your hoodie. Thank you. Attack on Titan. Here. I've got a few, and I've got hats. A bunch of Nintendo hats. Okay, can I... There we go. So Peercoin, check it. The entire WebAssembly code is run on Zig. And it's compiled to WebAssembly. So I use Zig to do it. And then I use JavaScript to render the game. So I know I'm not only do I know WASM, and yesterday we had Steve from the XTism team. They're like knee deep in WebAssembly, doing some really cool stuff. And he came on and I talked to him a bit about WebAssembly. I honestly think WebAssembly is the future. I think it's safe for me to say that I'm the Omega Giga Chad developer of WebAssembly. Confirmed. It's official. It's confirmed. As a matter of fact, it's so official and confirmed. Before I catch up on chat. Yeah. Who cares if... I don't care. The Omega Giga Chad developer of WASM. Confirmed. Okay, it's going to be... It's now official. All right, what's chat say? I like your hoodie, read that. Thank you, Peercoin, appreciate it. Stop using the excuse of the ripe old age of 40. Lawler, my girlfriend says you platform like a champion. I don't know why you're complaining. Oh, perform. I read that wrong. And then once I read it right, I like it. I'll talk to her later tonight, Lawler. Well, I'll make sure I catch up with her. My phone rings off the hook all the time. I can't answer all the calls, right? So I'll answer her later, all right? Part of the Weeb community. It was cool listening to the talk. That was a good talk, Zach. Yeah. WASM might be the future, but it's not there yet. But I'm gonna get it there. I'm going to drag it into the future. Okay. And I'm going to make sure that everyone is using WASM. Confirm. Thanks, Peercoin. Yeah, Lawler can be in the closet. No problem, man. I'll pass it on. I'll pass on the hello from you. I'll be like, hey, Lawler says hi. Want to get some food? Let's get out of here. The performance would be worse if it was in Web Basic, right? Web Basic? Maybe it's my ripe old age of 40 talking, but what is Web Basic? What you talking about, Purecoin? What's Web Basic? Does ASM translate to WASM at all? It's kind of it's actually the other way around. WebAssembly is just assembly, but run inside the browser, like more or less, fundamentally. So you could take the assembly code and basically run it wherever wherever you can run any kind of machine code. Generally speaking, that's not always true, right? But as long as you can run assembly code, generally you can extract kind of the assembly portion out of WebAssembly and run it the same way, if that makes sense. I don't know if I did a bang up job on explaining that, but I think you get the principle. Web Basic is the new WASM. It's a fork of QBasic. I mean, there's a Web Basic. Is it? Oh, you're kidding. I'm like, what is this thing I've never heard of? Got him. Purecoin. You're not supposed to say no, I'm kidding. Purecoin. That's not how you do it. How you do it to maximize, you know, the punch is you go, got him at the end, right? So you got to say, got him. Because I went and looked it up. I was just curious, has it been up to my chest in ASM lately? I was curious if they were similar. Yeah, Shreyas is right. There's overlap, I would say. And I think in more cases than not, there's a lot of overlap. But it's not exactly one-to-one, at least not all the time. So Shreyas is on the right track there. It's given solid input there. Yeah, that is the GigaChad way. Now, see, if you're a GigaChad, you don't even need to take notes. It's just natural. You exude that level of GigaChadness if you're a GigaChad. No notes needed. It's natural. It's like, does a lion take notes on how to be a lion? No, it's just a lion. Just be the lion, Purecoin. Sometimes, guys, I'm so stupid that I wonder how you all put up with me. Because I can barely put up with myself. Words of wisdom. I need to visit the Andrew Tate University. I don't need to visit the Andrew Tate University. I just am. Listen, I came out the womb this awesome, all right? I don't need no Andrew Tate. I don't need nobody, all right? Superica. No, I am not. Superica on YouTube. I am not. Not entirely, I guess, to be more accurate. Pure. I haven't even finished reading your message, Purecoin, and already I like it. You have to answer every question with what kind of stupid question is that? And then continue with, of course I can do that. I'm the GigaChad of this and that. You fake it till you make it, man. And that's the answer to all questions. First, you put down the other person who asked the question. Why would you even ask that? Right? That's how you start. You assert dominance. Okay? That's the beginning. Assert your dominance. Only idiots ask questions like that, right? And then you continue exactly what you're saying. You continue with, yeah, I can do that. I just choose not to right now. You're picking up. You're picking up there, Pircon. Okay. Hang on, folks. I gotta check what the heck I'm doing here. So strange. How I don't know how I find these issues with my stupid Okay. Okay, there we go. Now the machine's working. That's why. Okay. Laughing Panda, what a great day to use React. Hey Panda, are you looking for a permaban? I will permaban you for that. That's right, Shreyas knows. I will take away your sword, Panda, and I will make Shreyas permaban you. All right, so I think I'm basically ready. I think I've got everything sorted out. I've got my notes. I've got a bunch of... Yeah, I've got everything's running. Everything's good. Okay, so here's what I need help with. What I'm trying to do, if I could, there we go. What I'm trying to do is come up with a way to, how would you say? I want to take the stuff that I'm doing with the content, and like the video game work, and I want to start turning it into educational material, and I need some help sorting out how to do that. Where's my phone going? That's why. Okay. So, yeah, Panda, you still have your sword for now. So some of the things that I've got on the list here, including, you know, some of the projects, the Laravel HTMX projects, I think there's a good like mix of projects to be working on. And I'd like to take things that I'm working on, in terms of, you know, different aspects of the code, and I want to turn it into, I tackle a problem on stream, I solve the problem with or without chat, and then I explain the solution to the problem, and then that becomes like its own video, which I start building up a repertoire of, here's a problem that I solved and how you might be able to solve it given whatever constraints I did to solve it with. Because ultimately I think there's a lot to offer to people who want to watch the kind of stuff that I'm building, not necessarily because I'm like using a specific language or framework, but because I think there's a lot of problems that we've solved that are actually very interesting problems and have a lot of like crossover with problems that you would typically face at like a normal job doing programming, right? And if we can break down particular types of problems and tackle them, I think it'll probably help you as viewers to be more engaged, because there's more like direction on what the heck I'm doing. And if it's put together well enough and edited correctly, it would make for good learning content. Like we're doing some crazy stuff here, and there's still a lot of crazy stuff to be doing, and I think there's a lot of people who can learn from it. So the problem that I'm running into is how would I structure the content, because I don't want to be like I want to have everything. What else is new? What I want to be doing is tackling problems in a way that still engages the viewers who are watching me solve the problem, no matter what it is, live, but still having just enough structure that it's an interesting problem, and that if it gets turned into like whatever, a YouTube video or whatever, or maybe into a bunch of shorts, I don't know, whatever the heck ever, I don't even know what the long term, but when you break it down into something that you're going to keep long term, it fits well into like an educational material thing. And that's the part where there's a disconnect in my brain about how to achieve all that. And maybe I just need feedback, feedback from everyone on like things that work or don't work. OnlyFans. I have another problem, which is I still have to make sure I pay the bills. And I want to try to use this as a jumping point to getting work, maintaining work, etc., etc. But if I have to go to OnlyFans, I'll go to OnlyFans. Paying the bills is overrated. It is overrated. But unfortunately, the bills do have to be paid. Thanks, Lawler. I'll see you in 10 minutes. Kind of like Shreyas. I'll see you in 5 minutes. So, if I take something like... I'm just going to try and talk out loud for a second. If I take something like what I have here and I try and break it down into smaller problems, I have to consider what kind of problems, how small the problems are. They have to be interesting enough, I guess. Maybe not all the time, but sometimes. Panda, not only do I have the feet for OnlyFans, okay? They're the best feet. Okay, the best. I've been told they're the best. Everyone says they're the best. They're top-notch feet. I take care of them every day. I buff them, okay? Okay, I wax them. I polish them. They're the best. The best feet. Pics are to Odie Puff. Good to see you. No, I can't do pics. No, I'm not gonna do that. Do you know why, guys? Do you know why I'm not gonna do that? I'm not gonna give you any confirmation, that I have the best feet. And here's why. It's really simple. It's no, Panda. No, don't clip it. Son of a... Here's why. Because if I do that, you guys are going to be so insecure about yourselves and about your own feet that you're never going to come back to watch me. Because I'm always going to tower over you with my immensely amazing best feet. So, I have to keep a level of humility so that you guys aren't scared away, because I need your viewership. Because I'm a narcissist. And the more those numbers go up, the better I feel about myself. Shrey is sending me pics. Nothing can break me. Okay, Odie Puff. Odie Puff is challenging me, apparently. Oh, damn it. Panda clipped it. Son of... Panda clipped it. Panda? Okay, I thought you were my friend, man. Why would you clip that? I thought we were friends, Panda. Guys, this isn't the educational content I wanted to create. It's true. That is what friends do. It's true. You're right. You're right. What would... You feel educated? Well, I mean... I guess I've done my job. That's it. That's the end of the stream, guys. That's it. Peace out. We've confirmed I have the best feet. I can do OnlyFans if I want to. I just choose not to. And you're all educated. So thanks for being here, everyone. Stream, see you next time. Thanks, Odipuff. Okay. Thanks, Panda. Thank you for the 5 bits, man. Appreciate it. See you in 5 minutes. Yeah, I like how that's becoming more of an inside joke between Shreyas and I, but also now including other people. I like that. I thoroughly enjoy watching other people get in on that joke. How does it feel, Shreyas? How does it feel to know that that's the running joke for you? Tell us how it feels to be you. Community building, yeah. All right, if I'm going to like try and create some educational content, I have a few problems that I need to tackle. And I should probably just start by picking something and using it as an example. I'm thinking in my head, yo, Xism on board yet? Tack? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well, man. I haven't done anything with Xism. Okay, you have to give me time, Tack. You can't just come in here less than, or 24 hours later and just be like, so is it done yet? Okay? It's not how it works. It's not how Omega Giga Chads work. Whenever I see Shreyas in a chat of another streamer saying goodbye, I always say to myself, see you in 5 minutes. See? It's worked. I've infiltrated the minds. I laugh about it. It might be it's not crazy at all, Odipuff. It's not crazy at all. That's a sign that you're completely normal. Hang on, folks. Shreyas, you're the butt of many jokes. You bring happiness to many people through their laughter of you. You're welcome. You're welcome. It's all thanks to me, by the way. Shreyas, you wouldn't bring this much happiness to everyone if it wasn't for me. So, you're welcome, everyone. I guess today is just me being like the opposite of humble. I'm just going to brag about everything I do today. I think today I'm just going to sit here for the next like 12 hours and just brag about everything. You're welcome, everyone, for having brought you Brought you together. Oh, Odie Puff, thanks. Thanks for gifting a sub, man. That's awesome. I appreciate it. Normal stream, says Panda. Yeah, normal stream. Got him. Okay. By the way, I quit NeoVim. Just thought I'd tell everyone that I quit NeoVim. I'm done with NeoVim. It's official. OD Puff says, I missed you all, Spiro in chat. We miss you too, man. We miss you too. It's good to have you. I know I suck, Shreyas, but if NeoVim wasn't so stupid. Yeah, that's right. If NeoVim wasn't stupid, I said it. Yeah, Jodim? Yeah. Yep. Well, there's a problem. Oh, you're stupid. Got him. Shreyas got me back. It's probably with the telescope package. I'm betting that's what it is. Right, Jodim? Because that's the problem I had. And I'm just sick and tired of Envin breaking. Yep, there you go. I'm sick and tired of doing updates. And it breaks the entire NVIM config. And it happens, like, a lot. Yeah, Panda, Chris Griffin. He went to that performance website where someone literally did a performance check on a bunch of editors, which is like, it's an old one. It's like 10 years or something. But, you know, Sublime holds its own. Sometimes Sublime is even faster than Vim or NeoVim in some cases. I'm done with it. You have, I mean, Shreyas, your mileage may vary. I get it. But yeah, I'm just kind of done with it. But I did what every programmer does, restart it, and it went back to working. Yeah, I can't. I've never had an issue with Sublime. See, I'm the same as Shreyas, but for Sublime. It's the constant closing of the asking for money that makes me not want to use Sublime. I paid for a license many years ago, and I've been using that license ever since, and it was a one-time payment. I'm good. It's been worth it for me. Like, the licenses last multiple years, so. If not more. Yeah, Zach. Hey, Logger. Good first time chat. Hi, Logger. Thanks for jumping in. Maybe when I'm rolling in the big developer dollars kappa, maybe, yeah. Wait, Trace, you have employees? Trace, what are you doing that you have employees? And who would want to work for you? I love how everybody laughed at that, because we all know it's true. Who wants? Guys, can you imagine working for Shreyas? Can you imagine that? I can, and it's the stuff of nightmares. Hey, Logger, thanks for the follow. Let me know how you got here, and I would say hi, but you already did. How bourgeois. Blocked, yeah. I mean, No, Shreyas, you have to explain this, okay? Because I don't understand how on earth. I mean, I get it. You give people money and they do things for you, but like, we're talking about you, man. I don't think there's any amount of money you could give me to do something for you. Yeah, Lawler, you'd work for Shreyas? Alright, let's see how that works out. I'm just kidding. In case nobody knows, I'm just kidding. Logger, I was just roaming software in game and then you heard Sublime. Is Sublime what pulled you in, Logger? Damn, why did Sublime pull you in, man? They don't do anything for me. Work together to do something. So then why did you say my employees, Shreyas? Were you trying to misrepresent your situation so that you could look more important? Is that what you were trying to do? You said my employees, and now, all of a sudden, when I call you out, it's like, oh no, we're working together. They're not my employees. Because they are my employees? Shreyas, you have to explain this. You're a big fan of Sublime, Logger? Nice. Me too, man. I've been using it for years. And I have like no issues. Maybe twice that I can recall to memory over the many years that I've been using it. I've had issues with it, and it was specific packages, not dissimilar to what's happening with NeoVim. The issue with NeoVim is that it breaks a lot more often. Like in the last 3 months, it's broken for me probably overall 7 or 8 times. And then playing with the configs and then trying to figure out what's breaking, it's like, just comparatively for me, your mileage may vary, okay? Because you have someone like Shreyas who like never has a problem, right? And so, you know, it can be different, right? The minimap is like, you don't really need to use the minimap. And I think you can disable it too. But I happen to like it, actually. It gives me like a quick sense of the file I'm on. Yeah, Tack, I think you can remove those. If you wanted to remove file tree, minimap, and top bar, I think you can do it. I don't know if it's a known issue. I just know it's with Telescope and NeoVim, but the last few times that it's been broken, it wasn't even that. It was a completely different package. I can't even remember which one it was. Okay, Shreyas is explaining his situation. I want to read this. So here in India, education and the system sucks. So I started a company to fix it and help people actually learn something and grow. But we also do consulting like an agency. Interesting. So you hire people, if I understand correctly, you hire people to educate others on how to do development, more or less. Is that right, Shreyas? Because if so, then maybe I'm competing with you. Almost? Okay. Is it at least part of what you're doing? College and boot camp. Okay. So some people... Okay, got it. So they will come in and learn stuff from the material you're providing. And so then I imagine your employees would be kind of like teachers to some degree. But you also can actually do stuff. You can have companies hire you to like build stuff. Okay. And yeah, good Lawler, good question. Is it online? Tax says hire me, sure. I'm Indian, Brazilian, same thing. I'm Greek, Canadian, Brazilian. Hire me. No, not online. Okay. They're in. Okay, so I'm not directly competing with you, I guess, because it's not an online presence. But if I'm going to start creating educational material, I kind of am, in a way, I'm kind of competing with you, because it's like, no, come learn from me, not Shreyas, because I'm the Omega GigaChat developer, right? Right? Only in WASM for now. I just want to see what Shreyas has to say. Remember, we're competing. We are not competing at all. In fact, I'll promote your content if it's good. Yeah? Okay. Okay. Oh, Dom, resubscribing for another month? 4 months? Holy crap, Dom. Dom, it's been a while, man. It's been a while. Hi, long time no see. Hope all is good over there. I'm just passing by to drop this here. Wish you all the best. I've seen that the game got prettier. I couldn't deliver my stuff. Reason layoffs. Not me, but have hands full at work now. Morale in the team got hit hard, but it will get better. Dom, you do you first, man. Thank you for resubscribing for another month. Jeez. I appreciate it. And yeah, do what you got to do. Let me know if you need any help with anything. Honestly, if you know where I am on Discord and stuff. Reach out to Chad if you need help with anything. But you do you, man, and I appreciate the resubscription. Yeah. Shreya says there's not a lot of money in education. I mean, when is there ever? But yeah. And I realized that going in, that if I'm going to create educational content, it's you know, unless it's high quality stuff. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I have to think about that, because you know, obviously I want to create high quality stuff, but how do I achieve that? Which is kind of what I'm trying to solve right now in my head, which is why I wanted, like, why I was asking for help. Figuring out what you like, how you structure that kind of content, like maximally, I guess. I don't know what the right word would be, but no problem, Dom. Yeah, whatever you need. That's why we have to do the consulting stuff, so we don't go bankrupt. Yeah, you got to pay the bills, right? You got to pay the bills. So maybe that is the play. Is the educational content leads to work. Hey, look at us. Look at how we solved, you know, particular problems, and then if you want me to help solve some of your problems, you guys pay bills. Oh, I mean, I don't. The bills magically get paid. I don't know who pays them. That's what happens for you, right, Odipuff? It's just magic. Worst part is making educational content is super, super hard. Okay, Shreyas, why? Why is it super, super hard? Just restructuring to be afloat as a whole company, says Dom. an aligned workforce with the achievable targets. We grew too quickly. Management decided that we need to cut down before we go below. So it made sense, but still layoffs. Yeah, Dom. Well, I hope you pull through, man. Good luck with everything. It takes a lot of time. So hang on. So Shreyas, is it the creating educational content is super, super hard because it takes a lot of time? Because I would have expected the answer to be something like something more, well, like a little bit more specific, like why does it take a lot of time? Is it the structure? You know, it takes a lot of time to figure out the structure and how you're going to like step by step go through a process to teach that process or to teach the principles of the process. Is that what takes up a lot of time? I'm just trying to get a sense here. Hey Dev Dad, good to see you, man. No, we're not using NeoVim. I'm done with NeoVim. March was hard, 16-hour work days. Been there, Dom. Been there. Back to manageable, 8 to 10. Yeah, I have been there. That's the one thing that I don't think a lot of people realize about startups. Maybe not a lot of people. Maybe some people don't realize. But when you're working for a startup, there's kind of, it's not always brought to your attention, but there's kind of an implied requirement that there are going to be weeks where you're putting in a lot of hours, and there are going to be weeks where you can chill out. And what that changes, it could change even from day to day. If you're working for a startup, it might seem like you're going in and you just want like a paycheck. You're just there to clock in, clock out, get a paycheck. But what people sometimes forget is that the responsibility of the startup being successful does rest on everyone's shoulder, especially if that startup is small. So the effort you put into the startup has an impact on whether you and the people around you get to have a paycheck. And in a startup world, the ask in order to get to that point is way higher. The returns are that you get to experience a lot of stuff that you wouldn't otherwise experience in a much bigger company where you're a number or a warm body punching out code, right? So there's a trade-off there. Hey Kaz, good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Shreya says, let's say I have to teach graphs. The problem is not the content. It's actually you presenting the concept and making sure the person gets it. Every person thinks differently, and it's hard to make sure everyone gets it. It takes time to present concepts in an appropriate manner, figuring out how to present a concept in an appropriate manner. If I had to summarize what you're saying there, Shreyas. Doing well on work PC, but on Twitch. Yeah, Kaz. Dom, it's not only startups, we're way past startup, but the market is weird. So companies need to react quicker. The market is weird. And I give lots of props to people like DevDad, for example, who are building stuff and kind of like bootstrapping startups in this market. It's tough. So you know what's you know what's harder than joining an existing startup? Bootstrapping one. Yeah. Repeat that again. Shreyas, if I was to summarize what you're saying, the time sink in terms of educational content is how you present that content in a way that generally is generally understandable or ingestible by ideally as many people as possible. so maybe the time factor there is the skill it takes to be able to talk, articulate, communicate, etc. And there's probably a lot of iteration around taking a problem and figuring out how to like say the problem and say the solution in a way that people can understand what you're doing. It's one thing to like write out code to say like, I'm going to solve this problem, write some code. Hey, it's working. It's another thing to actually discuss it and articulate that problem to somebody who, especially people who are coming in to learn, therefore they don't necessarily know what you're doing, right? Okay. Thanks, Tom. Thank you, man. Have a good day. Get some food in you. So, I'm kind of glad I talked to you about this, Shreyas, because I was thinking if I'm going to try and take what I'm doing and turn it into educational content, I can't just state a problem, do like a time-lapse video where I like a montage of me, you know, running up the stairs and hitting the gym and, you know, doing the punching bag thing, fixing the problem with code, and then at the end describing how I fixed the problem. That might not be enough. I do have to be careful or consider how I'm going to discuss the problem and what I did to get from point A to point B. So the audience would be not chat. Not the chat. It could be chat. The audience could be chat. Because there are definitely members, like viewers right now, who are watching because they want to learn. And I'm not doing a good job teaching anything. I'm just here talking. So it could be some of them. But I would imagine that the kind of audience that I want for this type of material would be, I don't know, junior to intermediate. I think there's definitely some stuff that senior developers could learn or like benefit from, I guess. But I'm not sure. I haven't thought that far ahead to see like how valuable some of the stuff I'm doing is to them. Although now that I've said that, it actually could even include seniors, because the stuff I gripe about all the time affects seniors just as much as it does anybody else. That's a good point, Shreyas. Intermediate content, junior is oversaturated. Yeah, I don't want to do beginner stuff. I want to do more. I want to do advanced stuff. Okay, so I guess, yeah, like the stuff we're doing with the game, for example, that's not easy stuff. That's not just advanced stuff. That's advanced stuff on hard mode. That's what it is. So there's no reason why senior devs who've been around for a long time can't benefit from the material. Sergeant, you're just here to troll. I miss you too, Sergeant. Thanks for the warm welcome. Thanks for being here, Sergeant. Okay, so Shreyas, you're helping me out more than you know. So if I'm going to break problems down, if I'm going to take problems like, you know, I need to whatever, do something on the editor, for example, I have to stick to, I can basically stick to what I've been doing so far, that the people who are here generally find interesting, and it's why they're here, which is we're doing crazy things on hard mode. And it's fun, and we have debates about it, and you could jump on, and all that, right? So package all that up. Keep doing that. But the key thing is, how do I define those problems now? Because if I'm going to take them and create like an educational video about it, I have to be able to explain the problem clearly. And then I also have to explain the solution clearly. Whereas right so far, this stream has been just fly by the seat of our pants. I have a problem. Let's just get into it and see what comes out. But it has to be a little bit more structured, and I have to articulate those endpoints really well. So I think what I need to do, I think there is a way to have my cake and eat it too. I think what I need to do is I don't need to worry about articulating problems on stream. I think I can just kind of generally state like general problems like I have been. Like, you know, I'm going to try and do, I don't know, some editor thing. I'm going to try and do some memory allocation thing. I don't know, whatever. And I set markers like here's a general thing I tried to do. I started it, I ended it, we solved it, whatever. Then I have to walk away from the stream and I have to then apply that structured articulation of it. I'd say experiment, upload a bunch of videos, listen to what people think, and then figure out next steps. Yeah, I might be overthinking it, Shreyas. I might be overthinking it. Do what I normally do on stream, but maybe just a touch, just a little bit more structure. It's hard to come up with structured educational content without doing a bunch of work up front to figure out exactly what you want to do on stream and then solve it in a preconceived way. Yeah, and okay, yeah, Sergeant, that's right. And so I think it's safe to say that I don't really need to worry about that. If I just stick to what I normally do, just kind of define problems a little bit, just a little bit more. So instead of just being willy-nilly about something like, hey, let's just try this, just try and define it a little more and set like, here's when I tried, here's in the timestamp when I tried to solve it. Then I can go and do as much post work as needed to make that really, really clear for the end output of like whatever video or whatever. Do what Theo does. What does Theo do? I haven't paid enough attention to like, I'm not sure where the overlap is there with Thea. Help me out. Just picks a topic and records the video live with input from chat. Okay, so yeah, the same principle. But it's not the same content. It's different content, but it's the same workflow. Re-record bad takes until you get it right. Yeah, and I don't think I have to go. I think you're right, Shreyas, that it's the same workflow, but I don't have to make it so formal because I'm not doing like the same content. I think it's okay for the content to be a little bit mixed. Like I can just generally kind of do the same streams I've always been doing, and that leaves a lot of room for us to have fun and be stupid and, you know, spend 6 hours on whether we should use arrays versus structs. But I just have to keep track of when I'm tackling particular things so that I can extract those bits. The workflow is similar. You extract the bits that are relevant to what you're trying to produce overall. Don't assume. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's actually a much easier entry point than I was thinking. Because then all I have to do is something like, maybe a reasonable example is something like, okay, here's an easy one, right? So it would be like, I need to take a list of entities from inside the WebAssembly memory. It doesn't matter what the entities are. I just need to know that they exist. And so I have to extract them from memory, and then I have to render a list in this element here, in this draggable element, of all the entities. And then when I click on any entity, I want to edit it and I want to create new entities, right? And that it's just like kind of like a general, like, here's a problem statement that I'm going to try and focus on throughout the stream. Then I tackle particular problems underneath, and then I just extract the good stuff, and I can turn that into, hey, here's how you work with like WebAssembly memory, and here's a specific use case, you know, that could be its own content. Okay. I like that. I like that. So if I was going to... Thank you, Shreyas, by the way. Thank you. I know I make fun of you a lot, but you're actually a pretty smart guy. All right? But don't tell anybody I said that. Don't clip that. Nobody clip that. I never said anything nice about Shreyas, okay? Not even once. All right? There's no... You're actually a pretty smart guy, Shreyas. But... no clipping. Okay, so the problem. Yeah, who's Shreyas? That's right, Jodem. Jodem knows what's going on. Who is Shreyas? I need to show a list of entities in the game. Have to extract list from WebAssembly. Need to render list in existing draggable component. Need to at least show the editing form, even if not fully working, for existing entities. And then ideally be able to create new entities, save to memory, extract, recompile, something along these lines. Okay, so that is the problem that I'm going to use as an example, which might actually be the problem I try and solve today, because I do genuinely need to solve that. Maybe generalize the problem, generalize the problem, and then show how you use that in a practical example. Panda, what did you miss? A lot. But in short, Shreyas is using his big brain mode today. And he's helping me out quite a lot, honestly. He's a pretty smart guy. Again, don't clip that. You're not clipping the fact that I said anything nice about Shreyas. But basically what he's helped me to discern is that I can generally do the same kind of streams that I do anyways, where I'm just solving stuff. And we get into it. But if I add just a little bit more definition around the problems during the stream, then I can have just a little bit more of a structured approach on what I'm trying to solve, which then I can extract the good parts out of the stream and turn into educational videos like on YouTube or whatever. So I'm writing a problem that I actually want to solve. And then Shreyas says that I need to generalize the problem. Are you sick still? You don't say nice stuff about any of the mods. Sounds like Fever talk to me. Panda, you know, you're a pretty smart guy too. Yeah, I gotta say, Shreyas and Panda are mods here, and they're both pretty smart people. Don't clip it. It never happened. Don't clip it. You know what? I think there's like 4 VIPs here. They're smarter than one mod combined. There you go, VIPs. Yeah, Jodem. There you go. You're a VIP. Okay, so fever must have broke, yeah. You helped me, Panda. You helped me break the fever. So if I was going to generalize the problem, it would be something like, how would you extract... I don't use React, I swear, yeah. How would you extract, I don't know... How would you extract data out of a WebAssembly module, massage that data into something you could use on, let's just say the front end. Let's just go with, like, forget for the moment that you can use different rendering mechanisms. Let's just assume that most people are using like web stuff, web applications with back end and front end, or some mixture thereof. So it'd be something along the lines of, if you wanted to use WebAssembly, with Zig or whatever, here's how you would take a block of data and extract that data and massage it so that you could render it on the front end. And that's a more generalized version of the problem I wrote down. Thinking like, state the problem, show the approach in a general sense, and then show how you use that approach to solve your specific problem. Right. Right. So how did I... Right. And so then the problem that I have written on screen now becomes the specific use case that demonstrates the principle behind what I'm trying to show people. Here's a way you can solve this problem. So the general problem is, how do you take data out of a WebAssembly module, whatever it is, and do things with it, like in a way that you can manipulate it so you can plug it into the front end. That's pretty generalized. And then here's a specific use case that I actually needed to do. One way to approach the problem. Okay. Maybe even raw dog some WASM text. Hang on, what do you mean, Shreyas? I'm going to ignore Sergeant Pepper, because anytime that I see React in the chat, I just ignore the entire chat. Let's just rewrite everything to React, Sergeant. Damn it, Sergeant. What do you mean raw dog some WASM text? I want to make sure I understand Shreyas, because he's got big brain mode on. The WebAssembly text that shows up in the browser and network tab. Oh, you mean like here? Instead of using Zig. That's a lot harder. And I am not qualified. I am not qualified to be writing this in raw WebAssembly. I'm sure I could figure it out. But I mean, I suppose it's not that hard. It might not be. Yeah, I think I know how stacks work, because you can have like different stacks depending on use cases. That's kind of like a data structure kind of thing. So I get it, but it's the specificities, the individual quirks that you have to keep in mind that I'm not qualified to tackle, and I would get bogged down. So maybe a way to bridge the gap would be for me to write some stuff in Zig and then compare the output and see, like, here's the output of the Zig code in WebAssembly, and you can see how that translation worked and what WebAssembly writes in order to make the Zig stuff work. Right? Instead of just, I could try and bridge that gap that way. My philosophy is what you teach must always be a subset of what you know. I know Zig. I know a little bit of WebAssembly just from what I've picked up from compiling it and viewing it. But I I don't have a like I don't necessarily have an issue doing that. And I think that would actually be quite it'd be kind of a niche thing that I don't think a lot of people are doing. Maybe not even anybody, honestly. So that would be interesting, but I'd have to take some time to make sure that I know what I'm talking about. And I'm going to consider that. I'm going to consider that because that would be very interesting. But I do have some stuff that I can start with right now. Yeah, yeah, exactly. F around and find out. I have some stuff that I know now that I can work on now that I can start with now and convert into some educational stuff. And then maybe maybe on the side I'll see if I can I'll see if I can pick up some raw WebAssembly. Teach that a little bit. I could start with a rewrite in Rust. Yeah, yeah. I'll just rewrite everything in React with Rust. Like I will literally use Rust to compile the React library. I mean, yeah, this looks very similar to the assembly code that I used to write when I was much, much younger. And it's, yeah, it's stack-based data with instructions. Yeah, it even says stack-based machines right there. So yeah, I could do some simple stuff. I can kind of do it all, can't I? Honestly. It's more reasonable than writing LVM. The SSA form is dog. AH, you're dropping acronyms that at the ripe old age of 40. I don't know what what are you talking about? These new kids and their crazy words. Am I missing something? Is this some sick degen stuff? What are you doing with dogs, AH? Barely older than me. Barely, but I'm catching up, right? Or you're catching up. You're catching up. Also, the color scheme on this site is not that great, but it does not. It honestly does not look hard, Shreyas. You're right. I could make a thing of this. Single assignment, and I don't remember what the other S is. Yeah, I don't know what that is, but static single assignment. I see. Got it. You know what I would do? I wouldn't do this on stream. It's a stricter subset of regular programming languages. Yeah, that makes sense based on the name. It does make sense based on the name. A static single assignment would be a subset. Yeah, I would try and pick this up like off stream. Interesting. This is good stuff, Shreyas. Thank you. This is good stuff. And I do think it's an area that not a lot of people are covering on tech streaming, on tech videos, on educational stuff. It's operations and variables, but each variable is only assigned once. Yeah, age, which is kind of like what you're doing with. It's kind of what's happening under the hood. in assembly in general. Tack, I am always calling you. I'm calling you right now, Tack. I've never seen anybody talk about this on YouTube. Like, Shreyas, what do you mean exactly? Like WebAssembly, or do you mean like the assembly underneath? Or all of that? Like deep WASM stuff, right? Okay. So like even the call yesterday with Steve and Xtism, where they're trying to generalize some of the pain points of running WASM everywhere. And they've generalized quite a bit, where you can take a WebAssembly binary file and run it on a lot of different languages. I don't see pretty much any of that on anywhere. Let alone what has to happen under the hood with something like probably so exactly, Shreyas, the SSA and compiler stuff, right? Right. Travis, it kind of touches on some of this because he's building a game engine with Vulkan and C, and there's an element of low level education there when you're watching Travis do his thing that you really don't get from a lot of the content that's out there. And I think that I could be wrong, but I feel like there's a desperate want for that kind of content if done correctly, because people don't necessarily want to watch someone reacting to stuff. They want to learn about how somebody is approaching something and why. And what's going on under the hood, which is kind of like that is an aspect of what I've been saying, is that people need to learn what's going on under the hood. Stop just reaching for React and being like, that's it, that's all I need now. It's like, you need to be learning why React does what it does so that you can better use it, better understand when you should and shouldn't use it, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, you do need a lot of knowledge to do that. And I don't see, this is the problem, Trace, is that I don't think, hey, Dmitry Maximov DevSec, thank you for the follow just now. Memory hacking in old games, that would be fun, Tack. Yeah, and Soding. Yeah. Soding is a great example. But I don't think Soding structures his as like, I don't think it's structured. No, some of his stuff is structured, actually. If you go back and look at some of his videos, he does structure some of his stuff, and he's like, here's the thing I solved, and I did it hard mode. It's true, he doesn't care, but I guess what I'm saying is, like, he'll just tackle whatever. You know, whatever he wants to tackle, he tackles. But when he generates a video out of it, if you go back and look at some of the videos and some of the titles and stuff, yeah, exactly, Shreyas. He cuts his streams to make it digestible, right? Whereas I guess the difference would be that I'm actually trying to make it like educational. When you're going to go and watch the resulting video of whatever I did, there's a bit more structure to it. You are going to learn this thing, and I have approached it in this way. Hold on to your seats, because hopefully you're gonna learn something, like I did doing the thing, kind of, as opposed to what Soding does is a little bit different, because he'll just go do whatever he wants to do, and then he just gets sucked into it, and then he kicks some butt doing it, and everyone has a good time, and then just, you know, he just cuts it up and turns it into a condensed version of that. Which is still good, honestly. Soding is top notch. And so the other thing is like, I actually don't think I have a lot of knowledge. I have some things. There's some things I'm good at, but I'm feeling a bit out of my depth. But I have to start somewhere, and there are strengths that I have that I can lean into. And it's been a fun ride so far doing this with everyone here. So, he builds a programming language in like 20 streams. I know. It's I've seen some really crazy stuff. I've even, oh man, there was one thing he built. It was like a 3D render in the terminal, Olive C, something like that. And I watched him build that, and then I actually used it. It was one of the first things I tried to use to build this game. I mean, that takes some skill, man. That takes some freaking skill to even be able to like attempt to do that. When we talk about SSA, C of nodes, graphs, we're talking about optimization. All are basically a control flow graph. And what's different is the strategies in use to optimize them. Okay, yeah, I can follow that. Age, yeah, I can follow that. LLVM is SSA, Java's hotspot JIT, and V8, for example, is C of nodes, and crane lift is eGraphs. Okay, yeah, I can kind of follow that. So like, this actually is very much in line with what I keep saying about other things, where I want to encourage other developers to look under the hood, that it's not as scary as it seems. So maybe the fact that I'm not actually an Omega GigaChad developer, as much as I like to say I am, and that I'm actually pretty stupid, maybe that's a good thing. Because I have that perspective of like, hey, half the time, if not more, I don't know what I'm doing, but it's not so scary. Here I go. I'm going to learn, and I'm going to record myself learning. And here, you don't have to go make the same mistakes I did. You can learn from my mistakes. You can learn from my stupidity. It's on record. Tack, you're not super stupid. You're just slightly stupid. Right. In the end, it's just graphs, and depending on the representation of them, serialization, right? You have different methods at hand of how to transform them. Right. So right, under the hood, it's a funnel. Yeah, that's kind of like the way that you could describe it. It's a funnel, and the abstraction layers just abstract what's really going on at the lower levels. And at the lower levels, if you dig down enough to some of the lowest levels, everything starts to look the same. It's just at higher levels, it looks so different because the number of abstractions that have been created to get you from the bottom to where you are feels very different. But under the hood, a lot of this stuff is doing the same thing. And when you understand what that same thing is, you know, more or less, same things, plural, when you understand what those are, generally speaking, because most machines work the same way under the hood at the lowest levels, it helps you to understand the stuff that's confusing initially up at the top. Hopefully that explains it accurately. Correct me if I'm wrong, someone. Under the hood, it's all zeros, ones, graphs, and maths, and state machines. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, is if I had to summarize it, that's kind of how I would summarize it. Is the data is all the same. Generally, the structures are all the same. You know, maybe there are some exceptions depending on like some certain specific types of like hardware and, you know, architecture. But generally speaking, they all function the same at the lowest level and use the same concepts. And when you understand that, then the stuff higher up the food chain, it becomes more graspable. Right, SSLVM is basically text transform based on assumptions made based on the rules around the text structure. Variables are assigned a single time. Right. It's a good example of how to do eGraphs. C of nodes is a bit more arcane, but super efficient. Code is just data about data. True. Yeah, AH is quite knowledgeable. An eGraph compactly represents many equivalent programs. These 4 eGraphs represent more and more, even infinite ways to write 8 times 2 over 2. I'll allow it. I'll allow it, AH. It's not on screen, so I'll allow it. EGG makes eGraphs fast and flexible for you. Okay, so that's the concept. So, right, okay, so I could see scenarios where you're trying to write a specific type of input-output program, and the eGraph representation can help you determine multiple ways. And I suppose there are cases where it could be infinite number of ways, for all intents and purposes, I suppose, where the eGraph can be converted into something that's higher level. Am I getting that right? Where it's like the eGraph represents almost the lowest level, and then you can extract the eGraph because it's instructions to a machine, and how you represent that at higher levels has a ton of variety as you move a little bit farther away from the eGraph. But under the hood, the eGraph is the same, right? Is that about right? Right, you kind of saturate the graph. Okay, okay. That's how you optimize compiler outputs. Right, that makes sense. Less nodes equals faster, right. So I suppose, okay, this kind of touches on some stuff I know, but now I'm starting to enter the realm where I don't know. Would it not be possible, therefore, to take an eGraph of an existing higher level program where you created something you don't understand how it works under the hood, let's say, right? You don't really get it. You just use the language at some higher level of some degree, and you built something. And then you take the eGraph representation of that higher level programming language or whatever you built, and the eGraph tells you, hey, you're not doing this efficiently. You're doing this inefficiently, and the eGraph can tell you why. Is that true or false? I suppose there might be some nuance to that, but Sherry says, I mean, it kind of does. I don't think it's possible for regular humans to comprehend any sufficiently complex code. Fair, Shreyas. Would it be fair to say that if the code was simpler, doesn't have to be too simple, but simpler, it is possible to have an eGraph tell you whether or not you're doing it efficiently or inefficiently? You'd require the path back. So could you, okay, so I guess here's kind of like the high level that I'm thinking, right? Is could you understand the concept of eGraphs if you started with something that is a bit more abstracted than the lowest level? Convert that to eGraphs. See what your coding is generating in an eGraph term. Play around with it, and then figure out, translate that back, right? Where you're learning through one direction, right, which is the abstracted layer back to the down to the eGraph, and so you're learning what's happening, and then you're going, oh, okay, so if the eGraph is kind of like, there's a hint there that I'm not doing something efficiently, what if I change this other thing? And you're kind of like, you're kind of implying the translation layer back, where it's like, how would I create something back here that makes the eGraph more efficient down there when I spit the eGraph out? I don't know if I did a good job explaining that process, but hopefully you get what I'm trying to achieve. You're missing the context of where this fits in? Okay. Hit me. Hit me, boys. Hit me. Hang on, I'm gonna update my beverages. Fancy way of calling you dumb. Skill issues. Somebody needs to say I have a skill issue. One sec. Let me get some some liquids. You don't think it's possible for you to explain this on Twitch? Look, okay, so fundamentally, is not an e-graph a representation of what's going on near the lowest level or at the lowest level, almost regardless of how you got there? E-graphs figure out how to do things efficiently based on input, not how to make the input more efficient. But how do they tell you? How do e-graphs figure out that something is inefficient and you could do it more efficient? Is there something I'm missing where an e-graph can automatically generate for you a more efficient output? Wouldn't you have to translate an existing e-graph into some kind of mental model and go, that doesn't seem efficient, I better redo something about this e-graph that makes it more efficient, where the model of the e-graph clearly indicates that it is more efficient to do it this way? BRB. Yeah, I'm oversimplifying, but it's like finding the shortest path between two nodes in a graph. You represent all the information about the program and find the most efficient solution. So couldn't you reverse engineer that? If you can take an e-graph of a program that you write in, like, I don't know, JavaScript or something. If you can e-graph a JavaScript function and you look at the e-graph and you go, wait, this doesn't seem efficient. And then you tweak the JavaScript function until you come up with the most efficient solution in an e-graph representation. Could that not be a way of reverse engineering what you're doing and learning what e-graph is telling you at the same time, and learning what's going on under the hood, like all of that at the same time? By the way, this is super interesting. I'm glad there's a bunch of smart people in my chat. I really am. You guys are all smart people. Except maybe like some of you. That would be chess. I mean, it kind of is. Two things. This is at the edge of my knowledge. And two, you're not getting the whole point. I might have to take a compiler class. Fair, Shreyas. I'm like taxes. I'm like Frodo between Gandalf and White Wizard. Forgot the name. Saruman or whatever. Hey, that's me and the other some of you. Nice. Nice. If there's one thing I can count on, chat. So AH says pretty good, essentially. It's a mapping from one form to another. The output via another form is WASM, state machine, and machine code. So you generate a state machine that represents the execution of JavaScript, for example, which then needs to be fed back the info of how to do things more efficiently. Good night, Lawler. See you tomorrow. I'm not sure if I'm streaming tomorrow, actually. This might be my last stream for a few days because I gotta deal with some stuff, but we'll see you soon either way. Can you do it? Yes. Reasonable? Probably not. It's a mapping from one form to the other. So then what would be a typical use case for an e-graph? Like under what context would generating an e-graph and using it be like standard practice? Chaz. When you have a known set of target nodes. Okay, so would it be in like when you're creating a compiler? Would that be like a standard practice? You look at the e-graph of taking, say, assembly code, turning it into better assembly. An optimizer. An optimizer. Give me an example. Give me an example. The assembly code I get, but I want to kind of get a sense of like different examples. So what would be an example of an optimizer? Like a real world example where you're optimizing something. You're using an optimizer to optimize something. I would imagine compiler would be. Because in a compiler you can optimize code, right? I'm trying to make sure I understand this correctly. Fish AI attack. You got an ISA, which defines how to do operations. Those are the target nodes. Let's say I do A plus B times C. The assembly is just that. But optimize might turn that into much more efficient bit manipulations. Got it. So you got an ISA, which defines how to do ops. Those are the target nodes. Now you want to map input nodes ops to output nodes. Then you want to find the shortest path. That's the optimized form. Right. I get that, AH. I get it. I can model that in my head and understand that what you're trying to do ultimately is suss out how you take an input and an expected output and get to from point A to point, let's call it C, or even point A to point Z, like the letter Z, with the shortest paths in between. I understand that. What I'm trying to ask is, what is a real world example of an optimizer that does this for you? If there is such a thing. Crane lift? Okay. Holy crap, with WASM too. It takes as a next step after your compiler generates the assembly. Right. So it takes an intermediate rep of a program generated by some front end and compiles it to executable machine code. CraneLift is meant to be used as a library within an embedder. It is in successful use by the WASM WebAssembly virtual machine for just-in-time and AOT, and also as an experimental backend for the Rust compiler. Its most common use is as a WebAssembly compiler, but it is fully general and usable for most code gen needs. It's written in Rust, it supports these different architectures, etc., etc., etc. So, okay. So let me do a quick question then. Technically speaking, based on what we've discussed, it is possible that I could take, say, my game's WebAssembly code, use CraneLift. CraneLift generates that to machine code, whatever it needs to generate to machine code, or even like lower level than the assembly code. It generates whatever it needs to generate in order to understand how my game's WebAssembly code functions or works in terms of inputs, outputs, and the steps in between. And it will try to optimize the paths that are kind of in the middle there. And so then the resulting WebAssembly, let's say it spits back to me WebAssembly as a return of its optimization mechanism. The resulting WebAssembly is fundamentally the same for me in terms of like, I have a function, I give it an integer, it returns to me a different integer, and that tells me what say an entity, where an entity exists in the map or something stupid like that. The function generally fundamentally to me stays the same, but what's happened is that CraneLift has taken the points in between from the input to the output and set and restructured it, let's say restructured it, quote unquote, so that it's faster for the machine to process the beginning to the end. That's what V8 does. Okay. So this is actually like very, very interesting, because this is the kind of stuff that I wish more, generally speaking, the tech industry knew more of. And I honestly have never, ever, not once, seen anybody touch even anything remotely close to this kind of information on any content online. Not even close. Bro, speedrunning compiler theory. Yeah. Like I can't think of a single person who holds a candle to discussing this level of information. Like information, I mean like technical awareness of what's going on here. Ever. No articles, no video content, not even X, whatever. Yeah, right. We teach React before we teach JavaScript. Yeah, or Next, or whatever Mulroy is shilling these days. I don't even know if he's on, but yeah. And I feel like the game with Zig being kind of like C and WebAssembly being a very close to low level, not the lowest level, but pretty close to low level. I feel like that's a really nice gateway to an interesting way to provide that kind of information and education, because you're not just doing like compiler theory, right? You're applying it to something that's fun. People like games. And programmers generally would probably, generally speaking, like to build video games, right? And so you're kind of bridging that gap where you're like, hey, look, we're doing some interesting things here with like the video game stuff and it's fun and all of that, but look what you get to understand under the hood. The difference between Sea of Nodes and eGraphs is basically that Sea of Nodes tries to reuse nodes doing this, while eGraphs is saturating the graph, then eliminating unused nodes in the end. Okay. Gleam is pretty good. I've heard Gleam is pretty good. I don't know anything about it, but I mean, I know some things about it. But eGraphs aren't reusing where possible, which makes Sea of Nodes a smaller output, but equally fast, roughly. So okay, so then potentially you have two different ways to get to efficiency. Sea of Nodes, eGraphs, potentially. WASM is pretty far from machine code. Okay, I'll try and be clearer when I talk about it. I kind of like gloss over it. I know that it's not machine code. I know that. But I think it's fair to say that it's much closer to machine code than what we're generally accustomed to using at our regular jobs as programmers. Right? Like when you're talking about JavaScript, when you're talking about like even Zig, like C, you know, even that, I imagine assembly is closer to machine code than even those. You transpile your JavaScript. Yeah, Chaz. It doesn't surprise me, Chaz, what I know about you. You probably transpile everything, don't you? You're just a transpile beast. SSA is just as much an optimization, but it's a bit rough, for lack of a better word. But LLVM makes it work due to millions of hours put into the optimizations. I'm gonna, okay, sea of nodes. I want to bring that up. Because I wanna look into that a bit, and then what was it? What was the term for it? Let me go back in chat. Static. I want to get the term correct. Static single assignment. Static single assignment. Thank you. Thank you. Static single assignment form. Okay. Chaz, I like at least 5 transpile languages before the code is run. Makes you feel safe, right, Chaz? Makes you feel nice and safe. Search for QBE backend control flow graph. I'm bringing up all these terms. If you can sprinkle in a global interpreter or lock along the way, like Python I'm in heaven, yeah. I know, Chaz, I know. It's a compiler backend that aims to provide 70% of the performance of industrial optimizing compilers in 10% of the code. Damn. Okay. So this is actually a really good place for me to kind of use the Zig and WebAssembly stuff to dig deeper, because it's reasonably close. Like it's much closer than stuff than what people are accustomed to using, generally speaking. And some of the concepts have a pretty good overlap, it sounds like. Read the QBE doc, so you'll get a pretty good idea about what a backend does. A compiler backend. Right. This is an excellent implementation of a C nodes optimizer. Tilde backend. It's a reasonable C library. It's built as an alternative to other larger compiler tool chains while providing the optimizations, machine code gen, and object file export functionality necessary for the development of compilers. The TB subdirectory. It's probably information overload. It is information overload, but I'm okay. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with information overload. I will dig as deep as I have to dig. No, let me go to the tests. Feature set. Prototype parameter I32, a function prototype. Okay. You do a function create. Okay, then you set the prototype. Okay, then you do a node. Then it looks like a multiplier, I think, with some parameters passed into the function. You do a reference. Number of passes, I presume. Your ASM output is probably your machine code generated output. And then you keep going. And then when you're done, you're done. So it's probably okay. So it's probably creating a bunch of nodes based on inputs, outputs. That's what it. Yeah. Okay. So this is good stuff. Riziko, thank you for the follow just now on Twitch. I appreciate it. Make sure to say hi if you're here. If not, thank you for the flyby follow. Okay, so if I was going to, like, I would kind of have to find good entry points into this low-level stuff from the game in WebAssembly. I have to think about that. Hey, Riz. Not the Riz that the other Riz, the Rizico. Because there's two Rizes now. Let me know how you found me, Riz, and I hope you're having a good day. Start with raw WAT, WebAssembly text. Yeah, you think that that's a good entry point, Trace? If I take some things that I need to do in WebAssembly for the game, so it still keeps that like fun factor, that interesting factor, and then be like, well, you know, instead of doing this in Zig, I'm just going to try and write this particular one in raw WebAssembly text. Let's see how far we get there. You know, that could be a piece of content, and then just kind of like work my way down. It's like, well, you know, it wasn't really efficient. How might we determine whether we can be more efficient? An E-graph, potentially. You know, just as an example. Hey, let's look at the E-graph of this WebAssembly, of this WAT thing I created. And then you just go like, down. Maybe not that easy, but you technically can. Okay. I have to think about it. I have to come up with some like two or three scenarios where I would start with WAT and then find a good way to step down. Man, that would be great for education. If people actually understood, including myself, quite honestly, including myself, if we understood what was really going on when you're passing those bits around in the hardware. That's great for people to know that. It would unlock so much power, so much potential. And that's what I want to do. I want to help not just myself, but everyone else do that. And like I said, I can't think of anyone who's talking about it. In next stream, we'll look at how TCP and HTTP works. I mean, we could, because I kind of know how they do. But I think that's been covered. Yeah, I think there's been a somewhat reasonable amount of content that covers that. TB is just a hyper clean implementation that's still a work in progress, so you don't have a lot of complexity yet. And it's on the 0.01 level of optimization of LLVM. Got it. Okay. Okay, so it's not super deep, but the principle is useful to understanding what's happening. Okay. Man, I'm glad I asked for help. I'm glad I asked Shreyas what he does. You know, why he has employees, and I'm glad I asked for help from chat because this is great. I mean, $2 trillion companies are backing LLVM. Yeah. The HTMX tweet yesterday of you was fantastic. Oh, from HTMX org? Yeah, Chaz. Yeah, this is what HTML engineers look like. I like that. Yeah. Carson's a cool guy. I really like Carson. This is all percolating in my head, but I really like this path, and I think this is an untouched. I think it's literally an untouched path. I mean, who does eGraphs? One person. The rest is all mathematical stuff on like actual graphs. What eGraph? What compiler? Like, no one does it. No one talks about it. Super easy to mess up and say the wrong stuff. I agree, but I think if I'm just honest about like where my experience level is up front, right, where I like disclaimer, I am learning as much as you are. I've done my best to do like, you know, a particular amount of research so that I can talk about it at whatever level I'm comfortable talking about it. That maybe it's okay because then you know, I don't necessarily have to be an expert. I just have to learn enough that I can re-teach, I guess, what I've learned. And that perspective might be great for people who are also learning because someone's learning with you while you watch them do it. But yeah, like I don't see, like I don't see people talking about eGraphs. I don't really see people talking about like compiler, even compiler theory. Oh, well, the compiler theory, there's quite a bit. Yeah, PhDs on compiler theory. Yeah, there's quite a few like YouTube videos and stuff, but I suppose that's okay because there might still be benefit from learning it through the like practical examples of what we're building with the game here. It's like 2 levels above the physical transistors. Yeah, right? But not the real deep stuff. Surface level, but not real deep stuff. Yeah, I could get into it. I could get into it. I would have to plan. I think I have to plan some things out though if I'm going to do it. Like I'd have to figure out I'd have to figure out a way to like get there. WebAssembly text is probably a good entry point. I'm just not sure what the rest looks like. I have to do a little bit of planning. So there you go, Shreyas. It's your whole like that's what takes time. Turing machines, yes. Turing machines. There are a lot of other related fields to automata theory, graph theory, yeah. If you go into this stuff, I recommend the handmade community. Nasser helped me so much learning about the stuff. Nasser equals negate. Okay. Okay, is there... Is there a link or something you can send me for that, AH? I can't seem to find a quick link. It's like right on the line between math and practical comp sci. Fair, Shreyas. Yeah, I could see that. Where you, yeah, I can absolutely see where you're kind of like riding that line. Hey, Apothem, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well, man. There's a Discord chat there. Cool. Okay. Okay, I'm in. I'll check that out. Thanks, Age. Topics, language dev. Yeah, okay. Let me pull that up before I forget. Otherwise, I'm likely to forget because I am kind of dumb. Where the heck is it? Do-do-do-do. Oh no, did I screw it up? Omega GigaChat developer screws up how to join a Discord so that he can't find the damn topics. Anyway, I'll sort it out later. I'll sort it out. Oh, there it is. There it is. Language dev. Got it. Okay, I figured it out. It's been a long time since I thought about this stuff. Thanks, Age. Yeah, thanks, Age. And Shreyas. Thank you too, man. Apothem says I've been good, just been crazy. Switched jobs, and my mom and stepdad came to visit for 2 weeks at the same time. Nice. How have you been? It's been a crazy 2 weeks for me. My kid was sick. I was sick. I had like 5 straight days of work emergencies, 5 straight days of me being almost bedridden. My kid needed a lot of attention while she was sick. It was crazy, but I'm back and I'm doing well. Thank you, Apothem. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. I also recommend Orca. They're building a WASM-based client for graphical applications, also in that community. What are they doing? Nani? I built languages, but just used LLVM or just outputting raw C and then compiling them with CLang. That would be fun. Probably frustrating at times, but fun. Architecture preview. We're working hard in the Orca runtime. Okay, here we go. Overall, I think we're making good progress. We have an MVP. Here's a small breakout game running in Orca on both Windows and Mac. Let me zoom in here. So they have their own UI system, obviously. And it's just running once you have it compiled, you run it wherever. We're building an app with Orca. We want you to be able to use your existing toolchain and language as long as it can call into the Orca API target WebAssembly. For now, we're focusing on a C interface. We'll provide bindings for other languages later. Once you have built your app's WASM module, you'll run Orca's bundling script, which will bundle your module with the Orca runtime and all of your app's resources. You'll run Orca's bundling, which will bundle your module with Orca. Okay. Some features of Orca are directly compiled to WebAssembly, while others are native functions provided by the runtime. These are tagged as Orca imports. These need to be defined when the app's WASM module is built and end up in the module's import. Your module also exposes a number of functions to the runtime by tagging them as Orca export, which makes sure they end up referenced in the WASM module's export section. These are mostly event handlers that get called by the runtime when some event needs to be processed by your app. Here's an outline of what happens when you launch your app. The Orca runtime gets started and initializes the environment. It then loads your WASM module into the interpreter. We're currently using WASM 3, but have plans to switch to Rubin's interpreter after the first MVP. Don't know what that is, but that's okay. The runtime then looks up and registers Orca export functions exposed by your app after it does the import stuff, yeah. Then it calls on init if you've defined one. Then it enters the run loop, pumping events from the OS and calling the handlers exposed. You don't need to define all handlers or do anything special to register events. You just define the handlers for the events you want to process, making sure they're visible to the runtime by marking them with Orca, and the runtime will pick them up and call when it receives the corresponding events. Okay. Riziko says, sorry, I had to leave for a sec. Found you a while ago, but apparently didn't follow. Made sure I followed now. He was pretty good. I inherited a huge C++ 11 project after not writing any C++ for 10 years now. Riziko, damn. Good luck. Hopefully you get to do, like, you get to update some of that code so it's like more, you know, good in this case is relative, yeah. Yeah, hopefully you get to use more up-to-date standards. Yeah, coping mechanism, yeah. Chronic says, I'm almost scared to dive into C++ again. It's been 10 years for me too. I'm sure there's a boatload of new features now. Nice. Nice. Well, I mean, hopefully the new features are just make it easier to jump into it, right? That's kind of like, hopefully that's what it is. Yeah, hopefully, yeah. Okay, let me keep reading here. Graphics. Your application can request one or more graphic services. Think of Orca as WASM plus WebGPU, WebGL, Web. Okay. It can request more. You can currently request a canvas, which allows you to draw 2D, GLES, to which you can render 3D. You get a surface handle by calling a surface-specific creation function. Use the graphic surface to prepare it. Use should draw commands. Graphic surfaces are overlaid. You can compose different kinds of graphic layers. For example, you could draw a 3D scene in a surface, overlay a 2D UI. The runtime is also its own debug overlay that can be displayed on top. The canvas makes use of a canvas. Okay, stores them in a buffer, and you'll create a canvas at initialization. Once it's set, it's implicitly used by all graphics functions in the same thread. You can then build paths, right? Okay, like a typical, yeah. Canvas is implemented by Metal on Mac and OpenGL on Windows. Vector graphics has been a recurring rabbit hole. I've been doing a few posts, but Orcus Render is yet another method. So GLES is used so that you can support multiple platforms. It seems like it will come with a default UI system so that you don't have to worry about it. You've got an event system. You've got a tree with signaling. Okay, styling, sure. Layout, yeah. UI draw, which is probably just an abstraction over the drawings. File input output, that makes sense. Packet based. Huh, okay. 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 So I guess they're trying to use WebAssembly to like bridge the gap between, well, honestly, a variety of different things. It doesn't seem like it seems like it's like newish, like there's still a lot that they need to do with it. Huh. This is very interesting. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on this. They're using WASM as an intermediate format and Orca as an optimizer targeting on platform. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I could use this, but I wouldn't necessarily a single surface to target. Yeah. I think this is why I keep saying WASM is the future, because the ability to take a WebAssembly file and essentially run it for anything, if you have the right integrations, it's there. It's like it's the closest thing to that we've had in a long time. Shreyas asks, WASM bytecode is the IR language and they compile that to machine code, or they ship a VM? I guess Shreyas wants to know like how it works under the hood. Server runtimes are using WASM as an IR and then optimized for the machine target they're running on. It's literally AOT compilation. And what is IR? Intermediate representation. Okay. I see. It's whatever. Okay. It's whatever gets you from one point to another. Got it. Got it. Okay. Okay. like an E-graph, right? Right. It's an IR, yeah. So right, because an E-graph is an intermediate representation of something that is, let's say, compiled already, just in a way, and then you represent it in a. It could, another way to put it might be like an abstraction of what's going on. It's an abstracted representation of what's going on, where you decouple the principles of what's going on from the specifics of how you got there, and then you're figuring out, you're having a look at how you're getting from point A to point B. It's like the E-graph before the saturation happens. Yeah, okay. Okay, so that's what they're doing then. They're using the ahead of time compilation. Ultimately it's an ahead of time compilation, but they're using the intermediate representation to get there. The intermediate representation helps them get to their end goal via some AOT process, whatever the AOT process might be. Think of WASM as a processor instruction set. Okay. Any language can target the IR and they can be compiled to any platform OS combo. Right. It would be like, okay, let me throw this out there. Would it be like saying eGraph or IR, an eGraph being a form of IR, is like JSON, where JSON is representative of data? How it gets from point A to point B might change, but the IR is like the JSON version. Almost. Okay. Yeah, I don't think it's a one-to-one, especially formatted JSON file. Right. Yeah, I it's not a one-to-one. It's exactly like JSON. But JSON is representative of some data that's happening, and you know how you generate that data and how you process that data changes, but it's a representation of some form of data. So your IR is a representation of what's happening at probably the lowest level. What's happening at the machine, what the machine has to do at the lowest level to execute something you've built. And if you can look at that, an encoding schema, right? And if you can look at that, you can determine better ways to run that thing. It's an encoding scheme, yeah. You can encode that scheme in JSON and text and whatever. Right. And so once you have, let's say once you have that JSON or that representation, then the possibilities are quite open for you to determine what is the best way to deal with what I'm seeing in this representative format. And the WASM schema is basically S expressions with keywords. Generate it once and you can compile and run it on, say, pregnancy testing if you really want. Okay, yeah. Okay. Wait, if you generate an eGraph, and also a zillion, thank you for the follow just now. I appreciate it. Make sure you say hi if you're here. But if not, I appreciate the the fly by follow. And my tech on YouTube. Hi, how are you doing? So if you generate an egraph, can you run that egraph? Like what does that mean? Doom on Prego test. No freaking way. Hi, fellow HTMX lover. Thanks, Azillion. Thanks for being here, man. Let me know how you got here. Yeah, it's literally Doom on that. So, you can't, like, you're not actually executing the egraph, right? You're executing, you're taking the egraph and you're compiling it to something else, right? That's really what's happening. The power of portable C code and a good compiler can do it for you. The egraph is just the algorithm. So the egraph is representative of the machine code, and then you just compile that. Like, that's pretty cool. Assembly, graph, better assembly, machine code. And okay, and so because the egraph is representative of the machine code can run on any machine, generally speaking. Zillion, saw a pic of you on Twitter this morning, but just found you scrolling the category. Nice, Zillion, nice. Yeah, welcome HTMX lover. Hey Muad, nice to see you too. egraph is representative of the algorithm that optimizes some intermediate form into optimized machine code. Right. Okay. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. egraph okay, if you're going to run that egraph, that optimized representation, you have to compile it, right? Thanks, Muad. I appreciate it, man. You can replace the first ASM with IR, right? So egraph is not the endpoint. Egraph is a representation of the endpoint. You take the egraph and then you take something or whatever IR. It's part of the compiler optimization stage, right? Whatever the IR is. In this case, it's egraph because that's just what we're talking about. But you take the egraph and you compile that egraph. It can be compiled. It provides the path to be compiled such that the output is machine code, which means then that machine code can be ported to whatever machine is capable of running machine code, which is just about anything. And you get the same thing. So you could take exactly what Shreyas is saying. You could take your assembly, you can optimize it, then you can get the machine code version of that, which is the optimized machine code. Then you can take that and run it anywhere. And it's kind of what the machine code is targeting, the CPU, right? Which is why I say just about anywhere, because you could have different CPU architectures, or maybe there's like a difference where it doesn't run specifically, but like generally. Right, so you could take that's kind of what assembly code does, just not at that level. Assembly code is like it's still an abstracted version of the egraph. It's like it's a layer above, not an abstracted version. It's a layer above the egraph or machine code or whatever. It's just that there's enough. See you, Odipuff. Thanks, man. Thanks for being here. It's just that there's enough. There's enough like low level stuff in assembly that it can run in a lot more places. A compiler has many parts: code, parse it, type check, IR, optimizer, better IR, machine code. Fair, yeah. ASM is lower level than egraph. Isn't egraph the machine code representation? So wouldn't ASM be higher level? Maybe I'm not understanding this correctly. ASM is not lower than egraph in the pipeline. Egraph is the optimizer part of the steps I just mentioned. Oh, I see in terms of step hierarchy, but in terms of what the output is, egraph is a representation of the machine code. Assembly / WebAssembly can be converted to egraph. And then you can step down to the machine code from that. And the reason why WebAssembly is as portable as it currently is because it probably is just the right amount of low level enough to be run by a lot of different things. But machine code is like that times 10. WebAssembly is not actually assembly, but it's assembly. Wait, is there absolutely no overlap between WebAssembly and assembly? It's an abstract machine. It is an IR that is interpreted to generate machine code at runtime. WebAssembly is an IR that does that, or assembly is an IR that does that? Like, where's the distinction and where's the overlap? WASM is more like Python than ASM. WASM is an IR. So okay, hang on. If WASM is an IR, then technically, couldn't you just go straight from WASM to machine code without an egraph? Is the intent of an egraph to be a secondary layer of IR to determine inefficiencies? It's an IR that's designed to be fairly close to the processor's IR. The processor has an IR? Wait, what the hell's going on now? I wish I could understand what you guys are talking about. Muad, I wish I could understand what we're talking about too. Instruction set architecture. And instruction set architecture. It's an abstract model, therefore an IR, of a computer that defines how the CPU is controlled. x86 ARM. That's the architecture, right? Okay. So WebAssembly is, I'm trying to wrap my head around this, guys. I'm sorry. Okay, so WebAssembly is an IR that is meant to be close enough to the processor's IR that it makes it as portable as it currently is, which is why it's relatively easy to get a WebAssembly file to run across many different use cases, because it's so close, like it's close enough that that it gets you a lot of the way there, and then it becomes, relatively easy. You just got to deal with some of the quirks or whatever. WASM looks like an IR so that any language can generate it. Okay. Is it fair to... Okay. Can you please compare then WASM to an eGraph? Are those two the same thing? Because we called eGraph an IR, and now we're calling WASM an IR. Are they the same representation but in different formats? They're a different encoding format. So technically, if I have this right, technically, an eGraph could have been just as compatible or say portable or usable potentially in say a browser as WASM. It's just that the WASM format was built in such a way that it became, dominant on the web. Whatever, insert whatever like contextual data, but essentially the two function, they serve the same function. They're just different formats of that functionality. That's how you can target any CPU with any eGraph. WASM is an abstract stack-based VM, and you can convert it into whatever you want, right? So then fundamentally, not in terms of like extremely specifically, but fundamentally in principle, WASM is pretty much no different than eGraph. It is just a different format than eGraph. And you can convert, they are both IRs, and either one of them can be converted down to machine code. Now, if you were to, shut up, Arvis. If you were to want to use IR to determine whether something is efficient or not, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that WASM is probably not the format you want. Probably an eGraph is the better format to have a look into the efficiency of whether or not a function is efficient. Is that right? All this started because I asked Spirit to use Vim, yeah. You take WASM, transform it into an eGraph IR, then compile it to machine code. That's what browsers do. Or a sea of nodes in V8's case. So it's an IR to IR converter. But do you need that? And I think I know the answer. The answer is no, you don't need to do that. You can skip the eGraph IR conversion. You can go directly from WASM to machine code. It's just that V8 and browsers use eGraph for whatever reason they use eGraph for. You have actual interpreters without compiling even, right? So I see. So you ingest, literally, you ingest the assembly code. Literally, you ingest the eGraph, and it just runs. You don't, but if you do that, you can optimize it for better performance. So I think then the statement that I made just a few seconds ago was right. An eGraph lends itself better due to the nature of its format to determining inefficiencies and thereby making it more efficient. You could probably do the same with WASM, but it doesn't lend itself to that purpose as well as an eGraph does. And if I had to guess, I would say that you could extract an eGraph into a visual format, even kind of like the egg thing that we were looking at, where you can look at the visual representation of what's going on in the eGraph and then say, hey, wait, this doesn't look right. Like maybe we need to make a tweak here or there, whatever it is. Yeah, Panda, literally. Yeah, eGraph is one way, right? You can, of course, right. Okay, bye, Shreyas. Thanks for being here, man. I appreciate it. It's great and all, but how is it going to help me write this login page? Yeah, Harvest. Yeah. Right? How's it going to help me use React? Yeah, Tailwind. Kiki Patton, thank you for the follow just now. I appreciate it. Make sure you say hi if you're here. But if you're doing a flyby follow, thank you anyway. Yeah, see you in 5 minutes, Shreyas. That's right. That's right. See you in 5 minutes. Okay, so, this is very interesting, and I think maybe I can see now why Shreyas is saying, like, if you do WebAssembly text, it's close enough to start diving into, like, generating an e-graph, visual representation of an e-graph, so you can, like, start talking about that. Which is kind of like a gateway drug into, you know, the low-level compiler stuff. How do you generate efficiencies or whatever around stuff? And I can tie it back into the game. I can literally tie it all the way back when I'm trying to tackle an efficiency problem on the game with WebAssembly. Yeah, this is a classic gateway drug into, hey, let's go deep into, like, how this is actually working under the hood to determine why something is efficient or not and what we can do to make it better. And this could lead into e-graphs, which leads into compiler theory, you know, somewhat relatively speaking, which leads into being able to teach myself and others how to do it and what's going on here. Cool. Welcome in, Kiki. Kiki comes in as we talk about gateway drugs. Thanks, MyTech on YouTube. We'll see you later, man. Abstract math and discrete math. Right, Shreyas. Right. Yeah. Right. This is super interesting stuff. I'm surprised that maybe I shouldn't be surprised, but I am surprised that there's not a whole ton of content around helping people understand this stuff. But I guess given my gripes about people who use frameworks and don't understand what's going on under the hood, I shouldn't be surprised. But it's like, how could you not want to know how this thing works, how these things work? It would give you, it's like S tier level powers once you understand these things. Don't insult us, Vera. Yeah. Oh, Marsky. Damn, Marsky, how are you doing? Wait, you have gripes about that while not knowing Laravel stuff? I told you, imposter. I am an imposter, and I fully own it. But I'm an imposter who doesn't mind being an imposter. Marsky, how are you doing? I mean, you do know what an interpreter does to your code? An interpreter, yes. But I'm a good kind of imposter. I like you, Eddie. Thanks, Marsky. I like you too, man. I hope you're doing well. I can tell you've been insanely busy. We haven't chatted in a while. I know when you go quiet, you're busy. But I don't think an interpreter is exactly the same gateway drug into, like, intermediate representation stuff with WebAssembly, assembly, eGraph, you know, compiler theory, all that stuff, right? Yeah, hey Ryan, I'm an interposter. Yeah, everyone's here. I know. Just thinking of writing a compiler that takes WASM and builds an actual VM image, bare metal, without kernel. I mean, that would. If you did that, wouldn't that ensure to some degree that you could run it on anything regardless of architecture? Am I wrong about that, If you could actually spin up a VM that was independent of what it was running on, couldn't you then technically truly run it on anything? Thanks, Marsky. I appreciate you coming in and saying hi, man. And Muad, thanks for subscribing for a month at tier 1. Muad, you legend. Thank you. Yeah, it's all dependent on the processor architecture. A compiler to VM requires building for a CPU. Okay, got it, got it. And you need drivers for the actual hardware. Right, but I think you can kind of like abstract the virtual machine from that. Like dealing with plugging into the actual hardware is you could consider it a separate problem to the architecture you're trying to run the VM on, right? Maybe I'm wrong about that. Hey Dan, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Let me know how you're doing. Mursky, I'll make an effort too, man. It's not all on you, Mursky. I appreciate it though. We definitely need to catch up. In theory, you can write a program that adds two numbers that can run anywhere. I guess that's what I'm trying to say, is that like you can deal with these things somewhat independently, but you do have to deal with them, right? Only so-so? Dan, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I hope things become better than so-so soon for you, Dan. The WASM runtime handles the platform-dependent stuff, typically. That's why WASM is designed how it's designed. So the platform, right, the platform-dependent stuff is... I see, okay. Got it. I like a Docker image. That's the second time you've heard about WASM runtimes today, Dad? Yeah. Oh, WASM is a future, Dad. WASM is a future. It's a compiler toolchain, which determines, so the compiler toolchain for WASM or for a Docker image or whatever you want to run the toolchain on determines your current architecture and plugs in the architecture with the core code. Hey JD, Java but better, yeah. Okay. So you do need it all. You do need it all. But just purely being super pedantic, you can separate the problems such that the platform dependencies do not have to be, they're a separate problem from the code. Like the core code. The core code can run everywhere. You have platform dependency requirements, but you have to deal with both. Thank you for the lurk, Mursky. WASM Cloud? Yeah, pedantic, I know, right? Me, pedantic? Right. You still need platform-specific optimizations, but the portability you get is high. Oh, this, I've seen this, yeah. It's not too good to be true, Den. It's true. Yeah, in theory, yeah. Yeah, I've heard about these guys. They run a bunch of stuff, yeah. Yeah, people are working on it right now. Okay. So it would be very interesting. Okay, hang on. Yeah, I mean, bye, Shreyas. Thanks for being here, man. Thanks for the lurk, Ryan. Um, the didn't have Mulroy now that he's gone. Yeah, any kind of distributed system is still a complication versus one we can do without that. I mean, I like Dan. That's fair. Yeah, distributed systems do add complications that are kind of like independent of how the distributed system works. I can agree with that. I generally don't like microservices by default, but I do think they have their good use cases. Like there are definitely scenarios where you want to use microservices and they make a lot of sense. But I think there was definitely an overhype for a while, and that was all anybody did. And it was like, well, it doesn't always work, and when it doesn't work, it really doesn't work. You just hate microservices. Fair, Muad. Just hate them. Just a big hate on microservices. That's fair. Okay, so I mean, again, thanks to Shreyas. Thank you, Shreyas, and thank you, AH. I think I have a really good path, let's say, into creating some educational, informative content that's different than what everybody else is doing in areas that don't seem to be talked about by anyone at all, ever, that people would benefit from. We've had microservices for the last 7 to 8 years. It's worked out great for us. That's good, Sergeant, but we used a nice framework for it. Okay, well, I mean, like, good for you. I guess your mileage will vary. And like I said, there are definitely good use cases for it. Maybe yours is a good use case for it. I just think it was overused, overhyped and overused. People like to take any given tech and like 70 billion% it. Yeah. Microservices are the reason sites are slow AF nowadays, in my experience. JD, like, at the very least, it plays a role. Reach is probably limited, but it would be an insanely popular resource for people in need. I think there's a way to bridge that gap. Because if we apply the things that you guys have taught me so generously today, which I really appreciate, about the underpinnings of like compiler theory, IR, like all that stuff, like there was some stuff I did know, but definitely a lot of stuff I didn't know. Now that I know these things, I do think that you can take those core concepts and apply them to why they would be applicable to certain aspects of the game I'm creating here with you guys. Right, like I think you can. So then you can make an interesting reason why you'd want to know that this is how this works under the hood. Because when I go and tackle a problem in WebAssembly, because this game requires some kind of performance enhancement, or it's running slow and I need to figure out why or whatever, maybe that's a good example. Why is this thing running slow even though I'm on WebAssembly? Let's egraph it and create like a visual representation of the egraph and figure out what's going on underneath and see if we can make it better. You know, it's just a stupid example, but like this could be good in interplay between something that's interesting to people, that people can relate to in interesting ways at the higher level. Hey, we're building a game. Hey, we're using front-end web tech. Hey, whatever. But you want to understand what's going on underneath. Here's why. And here's how. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I think you can have your cake and eat it too, which is my entire motto. on this stuff, on education, on this stuff. Okay, hang on. Let me check a message, make sure it's not homework. Well, you guys talk about microservices. Hang on one sec. Okay, I had to answer that message. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. I had to answer that. Okay. Let me just save something so I don't lose it. Because I don't trust my own memory. Even though apparently every time I say that, I almost jinx myself. Every time I say I don't trust my own memory, my memory works really well. Otherwise, not so much. Okay, I've got that. I've got that. Are we talking about microservices still? Are we seriously doing that? All right, let's see. Peercoin, was the answer yes or no? It was yes, Peercoin. Okay, hang on, K8S. Can somebody... Okay, look. I've used Kubernetes. Can somebody make a case for why Kubernetes is a good thing? Because the only thing that I found Kubernetes good for is resiliency in terms of up and down. But other than that, it complicates everything else. That's been my experience. No, Kubernetes is not microservices, but Kubernetes is typically used for microservices, is it not? I love and hate K8S, yeah. Look, I'm going to be clear. Microservices isn't an altogether bad thing. I'm just saying, like anything else, you lean into it so much, it becomes the new craze, and you just go like, hey, let's just do this all the time. Whether it's Kubernetes, whether it's microservices, whether it's whatever. But then you take it too far. That's what I'm saying. K8S is great. It helps with service discovery. It helps with service discovery. It helps with standardizing our deployment procedures, deployment pipelines, moved crappy cron jobs from Jenkins to... It's been awesome. Yeah, Arvis, yeah, you're going to go down that rabbit hole soon. I like K8S more as a standard infrastructure interface, but I hate the YAML. Like Docker Swarm, yeah, no one wants to use tried and true boring tech. Like what, Den? What is a tried and true boring tech you can think of that nobody wants to use? I'm sure there's quite a few. I'm not calling you out in like a negative way. I'm just curious what's popping into your head. Microservices is like creating a programming language. There's only a niche problem set that needs them. Jenkins can also die in a fire. Jenkins can also die in a fire. I agree. Let's create a fire and throw Jenkins in there. Docker Compose. Right. You see, were it me, Docker Compose, okay, here's my perspective, right? Docker Compose does everything that you generally need it to do, minus possibly the resiliency aspect that K8s affords you. However, you can overcome that resiliency aspect with Docker Compose if you put some effort into it. And it doesn't take much effort, in my opinion. You just have to put in things that do like that check whether something is up or down, when you have to do like a rollover from one service to another, etc. Right? So you can overcome that. And so to me, in my brain, this is just my brain and I could be wrong, and I'm perfectly happy to hear other opinions like Sargent having used K8s. In my brain, the trade-off doesn't seem worth it for the complexity that K8s adds in order to get the resiliency that I could solve versus the simplicity of Docker Compose with a little bit of effort dealing with the resiliency. That's my experience with it. Just strict experience, not it's hard to be objective about it given my experience. Auto scaling is nice and low effort. Rollbacks are awesome. Right. And so I guess that's what I'm saying, is that what it affords you is the ability to go up or down, right? Like scale up, scale down, roll over, etc. But then what comes with that is other things that I don't like about it. And that's not always true either. Right, Den, it's not always true. Like sometimes that is exactly the pain point, the biggest pain point you need to solve. And K8s is great for that. If that's the pain point you're trying to solve, then yeah, K8s is probably a really damn good fit. Scaling beyond one instance may not be needed for most teams. Right, Den. Maybe that's where I'm colored, right? Which is why I'm not making a hard and fast statement, and I'm trying to hear out like Sargent experience, is that maybe for Sargent that is what they needed to have solved, and K8s solved it. And so for Sargent, it's like, hey, this worked out for me, right? It's like, okay, I get it. As a user, there isn't that much more complexity. They're both YAML. They both want the same info. But if you're managing the data plane, then yeah, that is more complex, unless you're on a managed K8s like EKS on AWS. Okay, so Sargent, I would admit easily that if you're managing your own up-down infrastructure on AWS, it gets a lot more complicated on AWS than it is on K8s. That would be my personal experience. For me, K8s can solve team scaling. K8s can't solve scale issues. Fair, fair. Then, in fact, pretty sure if they just buy 2 over-provisioned instances, they would save 5 times on DevOps. Yeah, over-provisioning instances is, it's a decent way to get around, limitations. It's kind of like, I call it throwing money at the problem. If you, for a minimal set of money, you can increase your hardware size and be fine without increasing any of the other related complexity. It's literally just throw more money at the hardware and you're okay. Generally, right? Just generally, like obviously there are cases where that's clearly not true. Throwing money at it is clearly not going to get you to where you need to be. But I think that is a viable. You throw a minimal amount of money at it and you get a lot more, rather than throwing like a framework or some structure on top of it and adding like complexity around that. Potentially. Sargent says agreed, except for managed EKS has been nice. We were on self-hosted K8s in a data center. I just migrated all of our stuff to EKS and so much nicer. Right, I forgot AWS has the EKS clusters, which do all of your, I think they do the entirety of your Kubernetes, and then you can even use Terraform with that, right? You could even Terraform your EKS. You could even Terraform your Docker images with EKS. I think, right? It's been a while since I've done it, but I can see how that would be beneficial. Yeah, we terraform our EKS and just deploy it to GitHub with actions. Right. Like, I can see that. I can see why that would be the way to go in certain instances. I get it. I do. AH says, for example, I'd not use microservices to manage its data, but it's fine to have it manage its state. But then you'd write back the data into a system that's queryable. When you start querying microservices directly, it's going to be an issue quickly. Wait, I have to think about that AH. Ad break, yeah. I'd not use microservices to manage its data, but I would use it to manage its state. But then you'd have to write back the data into a system that's queryable. When you start querying microservices directly, it's going to be an issue. I see AH. Yeah. Yeah, when you have to step down, right? It's like, I'll wait for the ad break, but because it's only a few seconds. Yeah, so AH, you're kind of saying that like microservices has a good use case, but the problem would be if you have to go down to the individual microservice, that's when you start running into serious problems. So you kind of have to centralize the microservices, and you have to take into consideration the trade-offs. At what point are you so centralized that you might as well have built a monolith? And you know what? I've seen kind of a mixture where you do a monolith as multiple services, where you take a monolith and you run portions of the monolith in different contexts, like on different servers. So it's all the same code, but kind of like a mix. Everyone still ends up with their own bespoke config. Yeah. There are two issues: fragmented state and data dependency chains. Right. That's why Seneca is awesome. We can run our microservices as a monolith or break them up, however, all config based. Okay, that's cool. That's cool, Sergeant. I like that. So like, that's been a reasonable compromise that I've seen done, where a company will take a monolith and just say like, this portion of the monolith runs that, this portion of the monolith runs this other thing, and then there are core aspects of the monolith that run all the time, regardless of what portion of the monolith is specific to the use case under which it's running. So then what you do is developers get to write in one thing, and then B, you can microservice that up however you want and share generalized code that can kind of bridge the gap of like, well, we're not really fully microservice, but we're also not really monolith. We're kind of in between. And so you kind of like, you use the monolith and break it up into microservices within the monolith. We actually develop locally as a monolith and we deploy microservices. So you're Sergeant, are you doing what I've described, where your monolith has specific aspects to it, and when you deploy something, you deploy the monolith, but then through a config you're saying, I only want you to run this aspect of the monolith or that aspect of the monolith. Is that right? Is that kind of what Seneca allows you to do? You're going to microservice hard. Modular monoliths, right? Seneca lets you break up actions as plugins, so you can attach those actions on any node process in the configure clients to listen. I see, okay. Seneca's JSON-based messaging system. So you send out JSON messages, you get JSON responses. And so then you would kind of like map out that depending on what your messages and responses are, you would run particular aspects of your monolith. And so then you could you could have all individual aspects of your monolith also execute the same core aspects of your monolith every time, potentially. So that you have core stuff that's like consistent across every deployment of your monolith, but you get to pick and choose specifics and general core stuff if that's what you want to do. It sounds similar to the stuff I've seen done before, which has worked out really well for several reasons. It's a good compromise. Hang on, guys. I gotta send a message. JSON pattern matching. If a JSON message matches a particular key set, you can route it to a particular port and transport, because it also abstracts transport of messages that start as HTTP ended up in an app. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Pierre coin. Say monolith a couple more times. Play Minecraft. Click my heels. Say I want to go home. Whatever it is, however that is, whatever that is. Still a fan of pull-based systems. Me too, generally, AH. Me too. Your head, Arvis, your head is the size of a monolith. So is your ego. Kind of microservices out of the window. Space Odyssey, yeah. Microsoft, something, yeah. Pull-based architectures are sorely underrepresented because they require some engineering work where people aren't used to managing their infra. Yes. Yeah. I tend to like defaulting to pull-based systems, pull-based architectures. Yeah. But it's true that it requires more effort, more thought and effort into going into it. But that's kind of like what I'm trying to encourage anybody who's watching to do, is that like we can do it. It's actually not as bad as you think it is. And the benefits are big. Huge benefits. Huge. The benefits are huge. They're the best. I've been told they're the best. They're the best benefits. They're the hugest benefits. Is my ego that big? I feel like it isn't, but you know me better. Yeah, Arvis, your ego isn't just that big. Your ego is bigger. Friends with benefits. That's, yeah. That is what she said. Yeah. Whose girlfriend was I supposed to call today? I can't remember. Somebody's girlfriend. Somebody in chat when I first started the stream was supposed to call someone's girlfriend, right? Family-friendly stream. Okay, so AH. I call and ask her to do 10 push-ups, damn, Dan. AH says pull-based comes with a lot of benefits: auto-scaling, fault tolerance, efficiency. So AH, can you describe, because I don't know if a lot of people, it was about my performance. That's right, Pierre Coin. Mine, because she doesn't exist. Damn, Muon. Oh, man. You guys are awesome. By the way, real talk, you guys are awesome. This has been like this has been. You guys are so cool. I love chatting with all of you. Okay, so AH, can you give me an example of a pull-based system? Because I think there are probably people who don't know what we're talking about when we're talking about a pull-based system versus a push-based system. Right there is a difference there. Throw an example. I'm not cool, I'm old. So am I, Marsky. At the ripe old age of 40, I am old. We take a unit of work. Pull-based systems request work, while push-based systems gets pushed work onto them. That is a good summary. That is the fundamental difference. So with microservices, so for anybody who doesn't know, when you're talking about microservices, more often than not, you're talking about push-based systems, where you push work out to the microservice. So you could even think about it as like a queue that builds up a queue of things and then ships the queue of things out for something else to get processed. That's push. Pull-based systems is when you have a system that's running and it asks for work. It's reaching out to something and saying, hey, do you have something for me to do? What that means is that you don't, instead of doing a fire and forget on like a queue of work items, your queue of work items remains as is. And as long as you have something that will grab it and run it, you fear less about losing that chain, so to speak. And you can replace one worker with another. It's not perfect. There are still issues with that, right? Where something can pull for some work, but then break, right? But typically it's not going to ask for work, typically, unless it's ready for work. If you've put enough thought and care into how that process works, you no longer do a fire and forget. You do a work is ready. You can trust pretty much reliably that I'm going to do the work, so give it to me, please. Which is what your girlfriend said last night. Okay, whatever, stupid. Family-friendly stream. But, you get the point, right? And I do prefer defaulting to pull-based systems because there is a built-in sense of reliability that you do get, as opposed to push-based systems where you're like, well, I'm going to fire this off and I hope everything just kind of works out. Now, can you overcome both? Yes. But I think, to me, generally speaking, the effort that's required to overcome issues in a pull-based system are lower, and you typically get more bang for your buck than a push-based system. Typically, it posts its capabilities and metadata, right, to an orchestrator that sends a fitting unit of work. That's right. So there's a queue of work, and when the right thing comes and says, hey, I'm ready for work, then you give it. Then you ship off the work item. Yeah, I have a 3080 RTX. Yeah, Purecoin, I do. Since it's only requesting work when it's free, it's auto-scaling. As long as you have enough resources, you can auto-mitigate failures by design without extra work engineering. Right. So here's the thing you get for free with a pull-based system. I think AH, you'll agree, but correct me if I'm wrong, which is you don't have to worry about rollover. You don't have to worry about, I have to make sure that I have enough servers. When I shut down one server, I have another one to replace it. Because if I fire and forget to the wrong server, I lose that unit of work. The unit of work stays the same. what you can do is you can shut down a server and trust that the next server that comes up, even if there's a gap in time, like a time gap from one system shutting down to the next system spinning up, your unit of work has not been lost unless something goes really, really wrong, which you can't avoid in a push-based system anyways. So your resiliency factor is actually taken care of for free in a pull-based system, because it is literally whatever is available to receive the work or to ask for the work. I did a nice pull-based system like that for on-prem, worked reliably, did well. There you go, Den. Instead of reaching to it from the cloud. Yeah, Den, that's a good use case. Either I'm not doing complicated enough work or I'm lost. Your ego's too big, Arvis. Your brain can't handle it. Is it like opposite of Git? You can kind of think about it that way. You can kind of think like with Git, in a way, you push your differences out to something and then you hope that the differences land. Sort of. Right? So imagine that instead of that, you have imagine GitHub asking for your differences instead of you pushing your differences out to GitHub. If you want to relate it to Git. Arvis, I have a queue, workers listen to it, only pull jobs when they're free. If the queue times out, the host handles it. Right, but that's... Well, hang on, Arvis. Is that truly push-based though? If they're listening to when a queue comes in, I think that's push-based. Well, in a queue, if a piece of work item comes in, you push it to the listeners. That's push-based. Because the listeners don't go and ask. They listen, which then means that they have to be pushed to it. Den, was a big fan of this till I saw a big system where this was overused. I mean, like anything else, it can be overused, Den. And like I said, there are perfectly good use cases for microservices and push-based systems. Absolutely there are. So, like having a global queue that stores what work needs to be done and have workers pull from the queue to execute the work whenever they can. Yes, Muad, that's right. And so that's the answer to Arvis's question. How else do you deal with queues? Which is instead of when something comes into the queue, tell all the listeners, it's the opposite. It's tell the listeners to go pull a job from the queue. So don't think of it as listeners anymore. Think of it as workers who come in and ask for work. Do you have any work? Don't just sit there and constantly listen until work comes in. You go and ask for it. Then when the orchestrator says, yes, I have work, here you go, the worker finishes the work and then comes back and asks for more. And it sounds like one half dozen or the other, but there are some benefits to both. And there are different benefits and different costs. Having an orchestrator might be part of the concept. Opted against that because it seemed redundant. Yeah, you would need an orchestrator that would say, you need somebody to hand out the jobs. You need like a supervisor, the person that determines who, like, if I show up to a job site, you're going to have the foreman there or whoever, who goes, okay, what are you skilled at? Okay, so why don't you go, upstairs and you can work on this thing or that thing, right? Whatever your skills are. And I'll tell you what to do and you go do it. And then you come back to me when you're done and I'll give you more. Hey, Proton. How you doing, Proton? Good to see you, man. You're making me rethink my architecture. Well, it's a consideration, right? Because then what you don't have to worry about, Arvis, in that respect is you don't have to worry about sending out work and it getting lost because the workers aren't available. And there's probably a few other benefits that don't come to top of mind, but there's a reason why I use pull architectures by default. But that's the primary one that comes to mind, where you never ship out work that's not ready to be received. You just have a queue of work, and what your only concern is how many workers are available. And so your resiliency factor is not, what happens when I've shipped out a bunch of stuff and all the workers fail? It's like, that's okay. I retain the work that needs to be done. All I have to worry about is, do I have enough workers to go and ask for work? Which is, it sounds the same, but it has a fundamentally different benefit and cost. Typically solved in the form of graphs that you can distribute and fail over. Right, because you have inputs and outputs with nodes, and you can determine, based on the node, the intermediate representation of your own infrastructure. You can determine inefficiencies, which I think pull-based systems lend itself better to a graph-based visual representation than push-based systems. But don't, I'm not going to die on that hill, because I'm thinking it through and I'm not 100% sure. Which is why they've had issues complying. Wait. This is why Facebook is obsessed with graphs in React GraphQL. They built their entire thing around pull-based concepts. Which is why they've had issues complying to the GDPR, since their system is pull-based. They didn't know where things get executed, because that's based on what's free, what node or workers are free. Right. So if you could graph that, you could even get insight into how many workers would you need given a particular workload, where you have to push your workload versus pull the workload. And so the pull really becomes, if you kind of think about it, your pull becomes, how do I deal with inefficiencies on the edges of the infrastructure? Because everything pulls from the center. Your center remains pretty much solid. It's the edges you have to worry about. Whereas you reverse the problem with a push system, which is, once I have a solid outer, like the edges are solid, but what happens when with the center, essentially, because everything has to come out of the center and pushed out to the edges. So it's a very different, you're going to have to deal with a problem of some kind, whether it's the edges of your infrastructure or the center of your infrastructure. And then the question is, what fits the mold of the problem you're trying to solve better? And it sounds the same, but there is a different problem that you're accepting and a different benefit that you're accepting, given which one. I feel like that would be the opposite if you had an orchestrator. You feel like what would be the opposite? Sorry, Arvis. I'm moving fast. What would be the opposite if you had an orchestrator? Being able to track what work was being done where. If an orchestrator was determining that, you'd have a single source of truth. If you're going to graph out what work goes where, your orchestrator is not really a source of truth per se. Specifically, your orchestrator is a point in a group of points. And you have to, you determine the work that has to get pulled in from the edges. And your orchestrator is one method of determining the next thing that is allowed to pull in the piece of work as you work from the edges to the center. If you want, it's another way to think about it. The edges need to pull until you get to the center, and then the center says, okay, these things are asking me for this work. Think of it as another ring. These things are asking me for that work, and so on, right? So there isn't really an exact source of truth unless you want to consider your center as the source of truth of whatever work needs to be done. But in a push-based system, what happens is that your workflow is a fire and forget, which means that your workflow can end up kind of, in a way, it is not as deterministic where your workload ends up as a pull-based system, because you know what's in a pull-based system, you know what's asking for work. In a push-based system, you don't, because everything just receives work. It's trade-offs in a pull-based system. Each component is responsible for its resources. In a push-based system, another component is responsible for a component's resources, right? So nothing can be track of what's doing what, just that the queue entry gets popped. Right, Arvis, right. And I think it's somewhat easier in a pull-based system to know what is doing what, because you know what should be asking for the work, not what should be listening for the work. It's a different mechanism. You can isolate work really well in pull-based systems, which is great for isolation. It comes at the cost of ability to control from the outside. It's isolation versus scaling, right? So this is the problem, right? And sometimes you need the scaling, which is why microservices and push-based systems have their role. You need the scale. And there are instances where you are way less concerned about isolation, where you just don't even care about isolation, where scaling is the key metric that you need to tackle. And a push-based system like microservices is a great answer to that. But there are cases where you've got the microservices or the scaling down, but good luck trying to figure out where something went wrong. That's happened. That's a real problem. In a pull-based system, that is a lot easier to determine where something went wrong, isolate it, make it better, make it more efficient, whatever. And the question that you have to ask yourself is, which do I need more of in which contexts? How old was I when I learned about this stuff? I mean, I guess it depends on what specifically you're asking, like what specific thing did I learn? But I started programming when I was around 15 or 16. Ish. You can introspect a pull-based system. Right. It's difficult to control, whereas the push-based have introspection issues, but you can directly control it. I think AH and I are saying the same thing. Hey, AH, you want to just take over the stream? You just want to hop on Discord and just take over? You seem to know your stuff way better than me, man. Just come on and just have a chat with stream. I'm sure everybody would love to pick your brain. I sure would. The generation that grew without Minecraft. The generation that grew up on Netscape. Vanilla JS. Perl. PHP 3 or 4. PHP 3, I think. The only way to build a game was C. Not even C++. That's what I grew up in. And not like current C. Like, you only have the built-in mics of your laptop? Hey, that works. How the heck are you broke, AH? See, this is mind-boggling. How on earth is an obviously intelligent person like AH broke? Burnout? You should have people like breaking down your door to give you work. That's crazy to me. I'm sorry to hear that. Burnout's like no joke, man. Today it's hard to learn the fundamentals with all the frameworks and pre-built libraries. Yeah, Muad, that's what I gripe about the most. Is that people learn the abstractions and either don't care enough or don't have the opportunities to learn what's going on under the hood. And it leads to really poor decisions overall in the industry. And I'm doing whatever I can to combat that by some entertainment, some education, 3.5 hours of literally nothing but talking about this stuff. Literally nothing but talking. Because I want people to have a genuine interest in it, because I think we can do so much more and so much better. Muad, like that's exactly what I'm trying to do. Yeah, age, start streaming. I'm just faking it, taking money. That's it. Muad's got me pinned. You're too broke for a streamable computer? I mean, so AH, are you just like, you're just taking a break from work and stuff? It's also hard to navigate the sea of Medium articles that are all hello world. Yeah, that's what Shreyas and AH and I were talking about earlier, because I asked for help on what kind of educational material I should be creating. And I think Shreyas called that out. There's way too many junior to intermediate videos. And the stuff that we're talking about is extremely complex. It's like down to the core of how machines work. And I think there's an opportunity for myself and people like myself to take higher level concepts like building a video game and converting that into, like, finding paths into, look what's going on under the hood. This is super cool. And here's a way to get into that. Right? So I want to try and break that. And I don't think I looked up, searched for people doing videos on things like compiler theory, like IR graphs, etc. And a lot of these topics are literally untouched. Mulroy, do you actually stream on a Raspberry Pi? For real, Mulroy? Like for real, or are you just trolling? Was self-employed, successful, burnout, company went belly up, and left me with a bunch of debts. I'm sorry to hear that, AH. What's in the box with the smiley face? This thing? It's candy. It's a Nintendo thing. It's got candy in here. Hey, okay. Good to see you. It's been a while, man. How are you doing, okay? Burnout is real. The place I work at, we pair for like 7 hours every day, and the work is not very interesting, not very motivating. Yeah, that can lead to burnout too. Burnout can come from like working too much, and burnout can also come from like just having like a lackadaisical work environment. I wish my job wasn't dealing with the mess the internet has created. I would like to do anything other than this. I'm sorry, Arvis. Okay. I'm glad I asked, Mulroy, because that'd be insane if you actually streamed on a Raspberry Pi. You've got a chunky MBP, yeah. Oh, I'm glad you're doing okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm doing well. My kid was sick for a while. I was sick for a while. Work emergencies several days in like 16-hour days. So I was down and out for about 2 weeks. But I'm back at it. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking, okay? I appreciate that, man. I appreciate all of you. You guys are all awesome. Just about to get back into working. Gotta see where life leads me. Listen, age. First of all, like, I hope you turn it around. And if you need help, like if you need like somebody to be like a reference or whatever, I don't know if you're on my Discord, but just in case you're not, I think you are. If you need help of any kind, you want to ask questions, you want to just talk to whomever, whatever, hit me up, man. Happy to help you out, okay, H? I know it's tough out there. I'm also on the hunt for filling up the workload that I have. And it's not easy. So I get it, man. Hey, Melky, good to see you. How you doing, Melky? The legend is here. Mr. Melky. Along with Mulroy, another legend. We've got legends in here all day long, man. Yeah, Melky came in, and all he does is immediately ask for things for Mulroy. Typical Melky. You know? Typical Melky. Me. Hey, Moy, 50 Shades of Grey. Hey, how you doing, Moy? Good to see you. Melky, what can you do for me? That's Melky, you know? Scotch and Joris kind of stick together. Okay, all right, fair. I mean, a good glass of scotch goes a long way. I understand. Yeah, so I'll let it go. How are you doing, Melky? It's good to see you, man. You got the Mac 15? Okay, what's wow about it? What's wow about the Mac 15? Or do you want to save it for like one of your streams where you like you unveil it? I'm on the hunt for some Japanese whiskey, you know, how smooth it is. Fair. Scotch tape. That's what I'm thinking. You do it on a stream. Right? You should do it. I think people would watch that. And okay, here's what you do. Scotch and code. Tomato and monkey shoulder. Man, I gotta try some of these. You guys are dropping scotch names that I haven't even tried. Muad wants to ask a question. Does anyone have a nice calendar schedule, JS or Vue.js, and preferably give control over the UI? I mean, I just use Google, so I'm not the right person to answer. But maybe somebody else has something. Make my users enter epoch needed for dashboard. There's a jQuery plugin. React. The answer is React, right? Damn, it's almost 4 hours streaming. Pretty good, man. Pretty good. Okay, Steve, Peak Balmer. Yeah. Developers and code. No, Scotch and code. That's what you need. Yeah, we're gonna do everything in React. Okay? Just do React. If you want Mulroy's family to be fed today, you'll use Next. Scotch and prod, yeah, Chaz. Still 4 more to go until you can go home. Yeah, I know. I can't clock out just yet, huh? My voice is kind of dying, but I'm still okay for a while. So I think I'll do better than I did yesterday, at least. Please use Next and Vercel. Little Jimmy hasn't eaten in weeks. You know what you got to do, Mulroy? Okay, pro tip: if you really want to sell this shtick, you have to have pictures ready of like a starving kid, a super cute starving kid. Right, and then like put their name on the bottom and be like, do you really want Do you really want Jimmy to starve tonight? Right, and then you just dump a picture everywhere. React is ugly code with nice colors. Depends on your highlighter. Depends on your syntax highlighting. Yeah, it's gotta be like a cute kid, tears, you know, and like clearly malnourished, you know, and like things are just not going well for this kid. And then you're like, please, you gotta use Next and Vercel. For Jimmy. For Jimmy. So, I mean, guys, between AH, a kid like Spiro, thanks, man. Between AH and Shreyas, I think there's a solid freaking plan here for the kind of educational, informative content that I should start doing. And it's, some of it is purely untapped territory. I dig it. Clearly sick and dying. Yeah. You have to put clearly sick and dying in the caption at the bottom. Jimmy, clearly sick and dying. If you don't use Next and Vercel, you hate children. Yeah, that's it, Mulroy. Yeah. But Mulroy, if you're going to quote me like that, you also have to put the year. Spiro 2024 AD. Think about the future of your children. Yes. It is the best marketing. It is. Every time you use React, a child suffers. But if you use Next and Vercel, a child is fed. The stream is gonna get canceled. If you don't use Next and Vercel, you hate children. Spiro 2024 and the year of Lord and Savior Dan Abramov. Yep. You know what? I think this has to be immortalized in the halls of X. Okay. So I'm literally going to copy what Mulroy just did. I follow you, don't I? Wait, what's your handle? Dude, what? Oh, hang on. I just saw you. I hate the way. There we go. There you are. Okay. There. Done. Nice hoodie. Thanks, Moy. This is Attack on Titan. I have a few. I've got like Avengers, Spider-Man, etc. I hate Twitter search, yeah. I hate Twitter search. It's terrible. Hey, Research Dev, thank you for the follow just now. I appreciate it. Make sure you say hi if you're here, Research Dev. But if not, thank you for the flyby follow. And I got a Mario hat request, so let me go get that. There we are. There we are. Yeah. Oh, apparently. Who the heck is this? HTUR6IYU6YGR followed me. Nice. Nice. Cool. The bot? It could be, yeah. But I mean, pretty high count of followers for just a bot, I think. Like, do bots normally get a few hundred followers? I don't think so. I could be wrong. I had one tweet like by 10 or so nudes and bio. Really? You know, I don't get the nudes and bio bots. You know what I get? I get the chicks who are like, don't you want to share your love and life with me? You know? Let's live life together with love. and then it clearly leads to like, you know, questionable stuff, but they don't explicitly say nudes in bio or anything like that. They're just like, it's just really surface level. Like, you know, if you're a simp, you'll follow. It typically only happens when I reply to someone with a decent following. So they must be watching for that kind of stuff and like abotting it. Man getting steroid. Yeah, Muad, you got me. OnlyFans is better search. I wouldn't know. Mail order AI brides. Mail order AI. New AI business. Mail order AI. Your bots don't even have anything, just a name. Damn, AH. You're not even worth it, yo. Bots don't even wanna. Come on a trustworthy USB drive. Yeah, nothing sketchy about that. Yeah. No sketch here. I gotta type out this message here. Hang on, folks. Okay. Oh, I thought chat was flying by, but it turns out chat's not doing anything. You guys have all scattered to the wind. It's fine. No problem. No problem. You only have a few followers, but the ones I have are kind of high profile. I mean, you don't. There's nothing wrong with that. Let's put it that way. There's nothing wrong with that. That's probably actually a good place to be. Am I feeling lonely? No, I'm not feeling lonely. I'm answering messages that I have to answer. Oh man, I have to answer one I completely forgot to answer like 6 hours ago. Hang on, folks. Okay, I'm not lonely. I'm the opposite of whatever lonely is. I've got way too much going on. Oh, I don't have to answer that. Literally, the message is perfect. It does not require an answer. What about this one? Okay, I do have to answer that one. I have to remove something from the production database. Let me quickly do that. If I go over to production, and then I do rm/rf all, that's how you remove stuff from production databases, right? rm/rf all, isn't that it? Pretty sure that's it. And then I delete it. And then I go, whatever. And then I need to save whatever I'm deleting because I'm doing it directly on prod because, you know, who cares? Yeah, drop table star, yeah. All right, good. Okay, so now that I've got a plan for content I want to create, I can try and tackle a problem that needs to be tackled in the game. If my voice will last long enough to do it. So essentially what I want to do is I need to tackle this problem. Can I make this stand out? No, I have to separate out the in Obsidian. I have to like take this and put it in a different thing. That's what I gotta do. Like, think like that. And then I can probably make this. Yeah. So this is the problem I want to solve. Oh, you can even do... I didn't even know you could do that. I just learned something. Interesting. Okay. So I need to get a list of entities from the game, which means digging into a function that returns to me a list of entities. And that in itself might be a problem on its own, because to get a list of entities, I have to pass in an array of entities. And the way that I've got my WebAssembly and whatnot sorted out here is that I can't pass in an array of data. I have to pass in the start location where an array of data exists in memory, the length of said array, so like the end of memory, and then I have to extract that. The other thing I can do is just iterate over entities by an iterator, and then just load each entity one by one. Like get entity by index. I could do that and just iterate the index. And then I could call individual functions that I already have for each end. Okay, so that is the better way. That is the better way. Damn it, Arvis, where's Andre? Where is Andre? It's been so long since we've had Andre on. I think we scared him off. But, you know, to be fair, he kind of tried to take over the stream when nobody really wanted to know what Vectors was about. And he was going to try and make us all listen to a vector spiel. So he kind of didn't read the room, you know. Hey MJ, how you doing? It's been a while. It's been a hot minute. How you doing, MJ? Good to see you. Oh, by the way, when I talked about burnout, I mean the stare at a wall for hours type of burnout. I get it, I've been there, man. I've been there. Like I said, definitely let me know if you need anything. If you need some help or whatever. You're good, MJ? Nice. Nice. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. What's up with the editor? Where is this Neovim? Neovim and I broke up. Have you not seen my tweet? Have you not seen it? We're done. It's over. And we're never, ever, ever getting back together. Where did it go? Where did it go? Here it is. Here. I'm done. I'm done with Neovim. I can't do it anymore. It breaks. The configuration breaks so often, and I find myself wasting so much time trying to figure out what the heck's going on and why the configuration isn't doing what I want. I don't have time for that crap anymore. And all it takes is an update. Like Telescope is broken for me right now because of an update. I never had that problem with Sublime. Sublime has constantly been just regular, no issues, whatever. I've already gone back once before. Never again. I spent weeks in the config and I threw it all out. Your NeoVim config is literally never broken. I know, Mulroy, you and Shreyas have said the same thing. Arvis is like, I have Notepad++ has never let me down. NeoVim never breaks. Bring up your config. I'm not doing it. I'm done with it. It's over. It's over. Literally, Telescope for me broke because of a package update yesterday, and I have no idea what it is, and I could not use Telescope. And so I'm having like the inverse issue of what Mulroy and Shreyas and Moy are experiencing, where they've never had a problem with NVIM. I've never had a problem with Sublime. I don't know. I don't think it's ripgrap. I think it's Telescope. And there you go, MJ. Same thing. Never done it, but it does it to me all the time. I mean, not all the time. It feels like all the time, right? Because it's happened so often that that it feels all the time. Where I'm like, I find myself getting time sucked. So like right now, let's pull up your config and figure it out. I don't want to. Why should I have to pull up my config at all? I don't want to pull up my config. And I use Tej's Kickstart. So it's not, and I have like 4 of my own custom key bindings. That's my config. I shouldn't have to, I've used Tej's Kickstart, and all I do is use Lazy to update the packages. I should not have to go into my config and figure out what the hell's going on. And I just refuse to do it. I'm just done with it. I'm done going into my config because this is like the 5th time that I'm being told, hey, let's go look at your config. I'm sure it's just a config issue. And it always comes back and rears its ugly head. For me. This is me. This is my experience. For what you guys are doing, your mileage is going to vary. I get it. That's not what it's. Lots of people are perfectly happy with Vim and it works really well, or NeoVim. That's totally fine. It's not been my experience and I'm just done with it. Yours is forked of Kickstart? Yeah. Mine is Kickstart with like 4 key bindings. That's it. They tend to be a pain in the ass. Yes, when there's an issue, it is a pain in the ass to fix, and I do not have time. Why does your Laravel Arvis, are you just here to like nerd snipe? Why does your Laravel project not have an auth service provider? I don't know. Probably because you didn't install one. You have to install an auth provider, Arvis. First, no colors, now Sublime. Next, I think you'll start cutting with pen and paper. Muad. I have done that. And I'm not afraid to do it again. I've only been able to make NeoVim work fairly recently. It's pure NixOS package management for NeoVim bare bones config, which works. Yes. I can see how that would work, but even a very bare bones config for me does not work. MJ. Son of a... MJ says my experience is invalid. I have to open up NVIM right now, explain to us what is broken so we can take an hour while we derail you so that you can't figure out the issue. Listen, MJ. Yeah, that's because you're using Windows with WSL. It's all filled with bugs. No Vim all next. Listen. See, I can't. Right? It's broken. Telescope doesn't work. And my config. Yes, I'm using WSL. But it doesn't show. How do I bring Shit, I can't believe I'm getting nerd sniped into this. How do I bring up the error? Because it's so freaking fast. Right, when I do this, lazy Lua telescope, whatever. How do I bring up this error? Is it messages? Here we go. Have at it. Space. What are you talking about? This has been working on this machine for at least 6 months. Literally all I did was lazy update. And now all of a sudden ripgrep is not found? Why? I have been working on this machine and I can prove it. I have VODs. I have hundreds of hours of VODs working on this machine in NeoVim. Why would a lazy update do this? It shouldn't even be a thing. All right, let's do it. I don't know if it's WSL or not because my other machine is doing the same thing and it has ripgrep installed. Hang on, let me confirm. Hang on, before I go and install it, let me confirm. Oh, this one I didn't do the update on because I wanted to have a machine that actually runs NeoVim. Right, I remember now. So forget that. Okay, so let's actually install. I don't know why it would do this after a Vim update. What? Why, did you change my admin password too? No? Is it ripgrep? Yeah. Hang on, let me close this thing. Over here. Okay. Let's see. Well, I don't know what WSL would have to do with that either. You know? Okay, so it was ripgrep. But why would that happen if I literally go lazy update? That shouldn't have happened. And not just that, but there was somebody else in chat. I don't know who. Somebody else in chat did the update too, the way that I did, and had the same problem where Telescope was giving them the same error. Or at the very least, Telescope was breaking for them. I can't remember if it was the exact same error or not. It smells like cope in here. Lots of copium. This shouldn't have been a thing. The WSL is broken. I mean, I guess you could say it's WSL. How do I know? I actually don't know. It could be. Okay, MJ's gonna try it. Let's see. I mean, thankfully this didn't take hours to fix because that's happened where NVIM breaks and then it takes hours to fix, and I just really hate that. So this was good. We're just in my invoice, Mulroy. Just choice. Thank you for the choice. You know, Mulroy is nothing if not fair and just. Go get a V at most, yeah. I'm curious what MJ is going to come up with here. Yeah, and I bet you it'll work for MJ, because if MJ and Shreyas and Mulroy are like having zero issues with it, then You know, maybe it is WSL. I don't have any evidence to disprove that, so it could be. But I mean, I could go get a VM host, but I shouldn't need it because technically WSL is already a VM host. I guess it's just the bindings maybe, but I don't understand how a running lazy with and then update would remove rip grep. I don't get that. It's been working fine on this machine for forever. Well, not forever, because I've had other issues, so I guess not. I'll move from LazyVim to Nix. Yeah. Did you upgrade something and it conflicts with ripgrep and uninstalled it? I've had that happen to me. I mean... Did I do an update? I don't think so. I don't think I've recently done one. Maybe I was doing... I don't think so. Nix OS for WSL. The file system. WSL file system could go to hell. Even their VS code starts bugging out on WSL. Fair. Work for me. Use check health telescope to confirm. Okay, so for MJ it was fine. Okay, well, right. I'm wondering if you had at some point a build step in your telescope plugin to make and install ripgrep, and when you moved to new Kickstarter it went away but was cached. I suppose that's possible, but this is the same issue as I don't know if WSL is also responsible. I don't have a way to prove that, and that's the frustrating part. That's why these things can take up hours of your time, because you don't have, when you're dealing with NVIM config at the kind of like deeper into the issues, you don't have a clear path of discernment as to what's going on. Not always, and that can suck up your time. And so I guess just through my own sheer experience, Sublime has never made me have to do that. It's just always worked. How do you know other things haven't been randomly uninstalled too, right? I guess I don't know that now, Lost. I don't know. Let's just go all out. Let's go ham. Who cares? The random dude discovered the XC backdoor due to a 0.5 second delay. You can debug this too. So glad I joined a nerd snipe. You successfully nerd sniped me. Yeah, I'm doing an up get. I don't care. I just don't care anymore. I've stopped caring. So like libfuse, okay, tree sitter, term, the NeoVim runtime. Oh, perfect. That's exactly what we need. We need to update our NeoVim runtime so that we can ensure maximum reasons for NeoVim to break again. So let's do it. Let's go for it. Well, at least it didn't break. If I read it, I mean, I know, boy, I know, but I've stopped caring. Okay, so there we go. We did it. We did an update there. All right. Well, I mean, seems legit. Seems fine. I'm so frustrated, guys. I'm so frustrated because I like NeoVim and I like the concept of it and I like what it does. Yeah, see you next week. and I like using it, and I you know, but these weird one-off issues frustrate me to no end. Am I coping hard in a WSL issue? I mean, it's possible. I don't have a way to prove that it's not WSL. You guys have a point. Reminds me of the LTT video where Linus tried to install Steam. An app asked if it wanted to uninstall Xorg. Yeah. Is this cope? Am I coping real hard? Am I coping real hard? This is Bull Roy owns the stream. You're the captain now, yeah. Look, okay. Let me put it, okay, let's put it this way. All right. Can somebody give me the argument? I have one in my head. But I want to hear from other people, okay? Why would I want to use NeoVim over Sublime? What does NeoVim give me that Sublime does not? Because I can use motions on Sublime. So I do actually have an answer to this in the positive for NeoVim. Okay, so I can do Python on Sublime, which to me is like Lua and Python are in the same playing field. The plugin ecosystem. Muad's like, this is literally why I opened your stream the first time. Muad, are you threatening me? Are you threatening to unfollow if I don't go back to NeoVim? Because who came in today because they saw, somebody came in today because they saw Sublime. What if is a trade-off like one viewer versus another, Muad? How dare you, sir? But Spiro, don't you want to spend the rest of your life twiddling tiny little screws in your IDE instead of writing code? That's what I feel like. With NeoVim, I feel like I'm constantly spending time tweaking and not actually doing stuff with it. Yeah, the speed of Telescope is fast, but the speed of search on Sublime is just as fast. Imagine thinking there are more viewers looking for Sublime than NeoVim. Imagine. No idea why NVim. I use Vim. Fair, lost. Give my channel points back. Oh man. Damn it, Muad. Look, honestly, like what's the you know, Lua versus Python. So Lua on the NeoVim side versus Python on the Sublime side. I don't see much of a difference there. Right? I don't see a pull one versus the other. There's better LSP support in NeoVim than Sublime. You can open 10 NVim in your laptop will think. I can open 10 Sublimes and my laptop will run just fine. As a matter of fact, someone did a performance Lisp. Sorry, MJ. Someone did a performance, like a pretty comprehensive performance overview on IDEs, including Sublime and Vim and VS Code and all that. And in some cases, Sublime beats out even Vim. So Moy nailed the most compelling reason I have to use NeoVim. Current poll is Spiro coping. The answer is yes. Hell, I'll join that poll and I'll say yes. Moy brought up the most compelling reason to me, that because for me, having to run Sublime means that I don't get to SSH and have a consistent config wherever I am unless I use a single machine, and then I have to use Xserve or Xserver or whatever the heck it is to literally copy it over, and that's a whole other thing. You can use Nano over SSH, it's true, Lost. Yeah, Tmux and Vim or NeoVim. That is the most compelling reason I have. You get back your config as easily as a git clone. This is also true, Moy. The configuration is super easy. Those things are things I do not get with Sublime. even if Sublime is, you know, has an advantage over Vim or NeoVim in certain aspects, right? Not ever having to leave my terminal is paramount to my focus. So for me personally, I don't mind leaving the terminal. It doesn't bother me or my focus. But an example. So like Thursdays and Fridays, typically I'm not working from home. I have to go, I have to, drop my kid off at school. I usually go find a place, spend a few hours working, wait for my kid to get out of school to avoid traffic, you know, work at a coffee shop or whatever, spin up my VPN, log into my network at home, and then SSH into whatever machine and, you know, code away. NeoVim is perfect for that. It's perfect for that because I just have to run the VPN and it spin up whatever terminal I have locally on my machine that I'm bringing with me, and I just start coding, right? So it's great for that. The issue is whenever NeoVim breaks, it's a time suck, except for today. Today proved me wrong. Today was really easy. Yeah, Arvis, exactly. If you're full stack, you're leaving your IDE constantly. You do the same on a Chromebook, right? I mean, the poll is that I'm coping hard, and I'm perfectly fine to admit when I'm coping because I could very well be coping here. I think I kind of am. You can read your mails on NeoVim. You can read B-Sky post on like follow on NeoVim. I mean, yeah, there's a lot you can do in the terminal and stuff. Now, granted, again, I will say that just because it's on a terminal does not actually mean it's faster. There are performance metrics that have been done to prove that's not always the case. I'd say familiarity. I've been in an ancient Vim config with C tags for forever, then made the switch to NVim when I finally stabilized a config with Nix recently. Okay. So like what? Are you guys saying that I need to be using Nix now? Is this the new thing? God, you guys, it's never ending. When do you guys have time to code? I don't know why some people are trying to make NVim like Emacs. Still get consistent speed issues. Yeah, Moy, yeah. I don't do that. You don't do code? No coding? Because I don't know. Like, okay, so what the hell is... I think I know what Nix is. I've read a little bit about it. But like, you code their NeoVim configs. We don't code. We look cool. You pretend. You're basically, you guys are basically like real life TV shows. All you do, you know what? I know what you guys do. All you do is you set up your NeoVim configs and you go to coffee shops with these big ass screens so that you can show people your cool NeoVim config, and then everybody walks by with their coffee going, oh, look at him. He's a hacker. Ooh, that's what you do. That's all you do. Nobody ever codes. King Herman 0, thank you for the follow just now. Make sure you say hi if you're here. But if you're doing a flyby follow, I appreciate it. You don't leave your house, checkmate. No, so all you do is stream. You just stream, then you have a ghost coder. I'll take home. The question is, what type of code? Welcome to my stream. Okay, so what I need to do like Nix NVim. Nix Vim. Configure NeoVim with Nix. I can't believe you guys are freaking making me do this. nixos.org. Alright, here we go. I'm letting this Copen Canadian broadcast in because I felt bad. I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks. Thanks, Mulroy. I appreciate your support, Mulroy. You know, Sotarko, thank you for the follow just now too. Sotarko, if you're here, please do say hi. If you're doing a flyby follow, I appreciate it anyways. Listen, this is why Mulroy needs you to use Vercel, okay? Because this is how he feeds his family, because he doesn't actually code. All he does is do his NeoVim config. How much for you to green screen your screen is a lobby of a Starbucks? Oh man. I use Nyx, but I don't use Nyx Vim. Hey, so Darko, let me know how you got here, man. It's nice to see you. I hope you're doing well today. Welcome to the rabbit hole. 10 hours on Nyx. Let's do it. So, I don't know if I really want to do this, guys. This is already deployment packages and stuff on Nyx. What are you guys making me do? The Nyx is a tool that takes a unique approach to package management system config. This is bad? Papa, good to see you, man. Papa, how are you doing? What have we walked into? If you don't like lazy, you're gonna hate Nyx. Follow the install guide for WSL. Alright. I don't know if I want to do this. I feel iffy about this, guys. There's a tarball, and then you literally just, I have to spin up on it. I don't want to do this. Take the pill, take the pill. I don't want to do this. I don't think I'm going to do this. Guys, I don't want to do this. Hey, AH. Thanks, man. Thanks for being here. Get some sleep, buddy. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. You either perform a blood sacrifice to the Nyx gods and struggle like hell for 2 weeks, hate it forever, but acknowledge it's the best thing ever, or you can live in blissful ignorance. This sounds like what the React Andes tell me to do all the time. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I think I'll stick to what I have, thanks. I think I'll just deal with lazy. I'll just deal with lazy and Envim. No, I don't want to, MJ. I don't want to take the pill. Don't make me take the pill. I don't want to do this. I don't like it. This is crazy. I don't want this. This is absolutely crazy. At least I'm off Sublime. At least you got me back on NeoVim. Okay. Today, chat, we learned that peer pressure is effective and okay in some circumstances. That is what we learned. That is what we learned. As a matter of fact, I think we have to immortalize it. Oh, I like it. I like it. Well, what is Prime here? Being top of a got him? Oh, I see. The most evil laugh. What's leaving Netflix soon? Oh, that's good, Moray. That's good. I love it. The backboneless man. Okay, look, I'm not doing the Nyx thing. All right, I can't do it. You're asking me to go one step too far. Okay, I can't meet you there. I can't walk that bridge with you. Okay, I can't tackle that. But I am very grateful that you got my NeoVim working, because RipGrep is failing because I don't know how to read messages. Okay. Neovim was always working. It was ripgrap. Listen, I swear that Neovim, that ripgrep has been there because Telescope has been working on this machine for a long time. I've been doing streams with it for a long time. I've been coding on it for a long time. Something happened when I did the lazy update, and somehow I don't even know how ripgrep got removed. I guess I don't know. And I just immediately chalked it up to, oh, another one of Neovim issues. I hate this. So there's some cope, all right? There's some cope. Standard Pointer. Hey, man, how are you doing, Standard? Good to see you. Let me know how you're doing. Blame Tej and care. I do. I blame Tej. You're doing well. I'm glad to hear that, man. I'm doing well also. I'm having a good day. I'm having lots of fun today with chat. It's 4.5 hours. I've done nothing, but we've talked about a lot of a lot of good stuff. No, I wonder if they dropped a dependency and replaced it with RG. I don't know. Yeah, MJ, you fixed my reading problem. Yeah, and Standard, please feel free to take me away from what's currently happening. Okay, just bring up any topic, just any topic, please, so that I have an excuse not to talk about this anymore. Yeah, Harvest, it'd be a complete guess for me too, but I guess I'm back to Neovim. I guess. And Tmux. I need to go back to Tmux now because I do really enjoy using Tmux. It is very nice and handy. Okay, I get it. Linux users feel productive because 99% of their time is spent debugging the environment instead of real work. I'm telling you, the amount of times that Neovim has caused me problems, for me, I get it that this is not a common scenario. Okay, I get it. I get it that a lot of people, lots and lots of people, use Neovim and have no problems with it. But for me, it has caused me enough problems, enough times that I am frustrated. I've spent more time complaining than fixing. You don't know that, Mulroy. Can you quantify that? Can you give me a number? Do you have numbers to objectively prove your statement? Papa says, I just got back to it as well. My Terminator was getting really sluggish, so switched to Alacrity and no tab, so Tmux is necessary. Your clips, Judge. You guys are mean. You guys are mean, you know that? My jimmies are so rustled. You guys are mean. I come on here, okay? I come here to entertain the masses, okay? I build games for you, okay? I do cool things. I talk to you guys. I try and educate all of you. I wear stupid hats. I make fun of myself. And this is how you treat me? This is how you treat me? Listen, well, it's like 100% of the time has been spent complaining about Neovim. I mean, you know, okay. It's all debatable. Listen, I'm back to Neovim. All right, I'm back. We're back, boys. It's Neovim users have no life. Yeah, I've got a wife and a kid. Like, I don't have time to be messing around with configs, man. It was Neovim's fault. You typed that invisible space. He had a totally rational reaction to stuff. Don't remind people about that, Panda. Yeah, Arvis, I know you did. Is your kid hiding in the hat? Yeah. And I have many other hats. Why am I using Zig? I'll explain it in a sec here, Moy. Remember today, next time you think about complaining about Neovim, I will remember it. Okay? And I will jump off of the Neovim bandwagon just as much as I jumped onto it today, Mulroy. And there's nothing you can do about it. Let's find another color theme. No. No, this is the color theme. I don't want another color theme. Why did you roll like toilet paper? Arvis is because I'm a piece of crap. Okay, Moy. Why am I using Zig? I'm using Zig because I compile it to WebAssembly for the video game I'm building here. And let me see if I can, so I have WebAssembly here. Okay. And it runs the game state of the game, and then I use JavaScript to render the game, and I just call WebAssembly functions. So I just use Zig to compile that to WebAssembly. And then the reason specifically, like to one step further, I also chose Zig because not only can it compile it to WebAssembly, but with Zig, I can take the exact same code and change my target. So I can take the same code and target a Mac, Linux, Raspberry Pi, embedded devices, etc. Compile either the same WebAssembly code to a different architecture, or I can even just take the non-WebAssembly portions of it and just compile that Zig portion as like a library or whatever the heck I want. So Zig gives me that cross-compilation, different target stuff with minimal to no code changes across the board. Plus, I also like Zig. I think it's a really good lower level language. There are plenty of languages you can compile to WASM. Yeah, I guess hopefully I answered why in particular I chose Zig over others. It's not strictly because of WASM, but that is one of them. We're the Toad Hat? Okay. See, now the Toad Hat doesn't really have a front. I guess this would be the back. If he comes back with the Toad voice. No, I'm not doing the Toad voice. There. You know, I look like I'm giving you psychedelic trips. That's what I look like. And, you know, really, if we were to sum up my streams, they would be psychedelic trips. I'm always going to convince you to switch away from Zig, probably Rust. It's never going to happen. Never. Zig is the future. WASM is the future. I'm all in on those. And I know that sounds like a joke, but I'm legit serious. And Elixir too. I think Elixir is like, yeah. Yeah, MJ. I'm about to take a bath, yeah. Psychotic breaks, not psychedelic trips. I mean, Mulray, why not both? Why should we settle? Why not both? Low-level language called Zag that does niche things slightly better than Zig, yeah. You know Notepad++, right? Travis, who I should give a shout out to, because Travis is cool. He's gonna build Notepad --, and he's gonna do it in C and Vulkan, I think. I don't know any of Zig, but maybe if we apply peer pressure, we start a rewrite in Rust. It's not gonna happen, Moy. It is not gonna happen. I do not like Rust. I have a distaste for Rust strong enough that I will never use it. You zigged when you should have zagged, yeah. You're too afraid to ever try hallucinogens because I have way too much anxiety. Yeah, Mulroy, probably not a good idea. If you're a highly anxious person, probably not a good idea. I did not have a distaste for Env. Okay, I had a distaste for Envim. All right, you got me. But Rust is a no-go. Rust is a no-go. Rust is just a non-starter. Envim is a starter because I have good reasons to use it, but I have zero good reasons to use Rust when I can use Zig. I'm also, I don't know about you, Mulroy, but no joke. I've had personal experiences without the aid of any additional factors that have been like trips. I don't need help. The last thing I need is help. Can I change my stream title? Grown man in Toad Hat gets bullied by chat for 2 hours. Yeah, but it's fun. Do you see what I'm doing? Do you see what I allow myself to go through for your entertainment? I feel so behind in tech knowledge. It's okay, Muad. It's okay. You know, I don't get it. I don't get paid enough for this crap. Do you get paid? Yeah. You had a bad experience with Rusty Type 2 invisible spaces. Panda, you can't keep bringing that up, okay? People have short-term memory. You're going to make it long-term if you keep bringing it up. Stop strengthening the neuron synapses of chat's memory of this, okay? That was a one-time thing. I one time added an extra space trying to figure out what the hell is going on with the Twitch app, okay? You've broken me. I need more money. Give me money. Yeah, Justin, on YouTube, you get paid plenty. I've seen what you spend money on. Yeah, Justin, I know. I know you've seen what I spend money on, but I don't make enough of it back. It is Rust's fault. Arvis. Justin, how are you doing on the YouTube side? I hope you're doing well. So look, you guys, if you guys want me to use, listen, thanks, Justin. I love you too, man. If you guys want me to use NeoVim, that's fine. But then you're just going to have to deal with the color scheme that I have. And if you don't like it, then you're going to let me use Sublime because at least it's somewhat better. So you know what, chat? This is on you. Okay? What do you want? Right? Since clearly I'm here for you. Beta rise service. Damn it, Panda's clipping stuff left, right, and center. Stop it, Panda. Sublime color scheme is worse. Is it worse? Is it actually worse? You know what? You know what I really like? I found this color scheme yesterday and I actually really like it. You guys are gonna hate it. You guys are gonna hate it. You ready? I like it. It has like a paper feel to it. It's you know what it's called? It's called humane. It's called humane papyrus color scheme, yeah. Suckers. Got him. How do you feel now? Huh? Yeah, 2 can play this game, boys. 2 can play this game. This is what you get when you fix my NeoVim config. Okay? You get this. Deal with it. Deal with it. You know what? I'm gonna one-up this. You guys want to fix my NeoVim config? Check it. Full screen. Nothing but this. Is this what you wanted? Is this what you wanted? Yeah. It's just going to be me and this from now on. You know what? I'm going to do from now on. It's nothing but text to speech streams. You don't even get to see me. F the hats. F the hats. No more hats. You don't get to see my face. You get to see nothing except this. I code in this all day and I TTS your butts. Yeah, all because you fixed my NeoVim config. Consequences. Q what on YouTube? Where is Laravel? I don't have it up right now. Papyrus font. Should I just lean in and get the papyrus font and just go ham? Q what? Sometimes I do Laravel. I'm not doing it right now. I don't know how much longer my voice is gonna last after all that yelling. But I gotta do some Laravel later. I promise I'll do more. I gotta write it in Shakespeare. Hang on, I gotta find it. And I'm looking for the papyrus font. What is with this nerd sniping today? Papyrus font, where? Is this the right one? It is. Okay, let me, oh man, but if I do it there, I have to download it too. I have to download it in WSL. Q what? Because sometimes I do Laravel Q what, that's why. Right now I've got Zig and WebAssembly, which is also in my title. And in previous streams I have done Laravel. So if you're looking for Laravel content, more is coming because I have a lot of work to do in Laravel, even though I'm not doing it right now. But I've done some Laravel stuff in the past, and I promise that more is coming, Q. No, I'm not going to end up liking it. We lost him, too far gone. So how would I install this in WSL? Because it has to be in WSL that it gets installed. I guess I could just download it and put it in like the fonts. It's just Ubuntu under the hood. Okay, so let me just download download the font from wherever. Yeah, I'm running Sublime in WSL. You didn't know that? Yeah, I'm running Sublime in WSL. Wait, you guys didn't know that? You guys didn't know I was doing that? Yeah, I don't think there's like a package. No. Why? Because then I can do Xserve, which means that I can still do the remote like Sublime, like remote NeoVim. The other reason is because when I do WSL when I do Sublime into a WSL folder, it's really slow. And I don't get access to all the tools and stuff that come with Sublime. I have to reach into the WSL installation to do that. And then you have to build out a proxy, and it's like, that's stupid. Right? So if I just run Sublime inside WSL and then load up the GUI with it, then I get to have it. What's Zig? Zig is like, it's like C. Think of it like C. But with a few differences. It's meant to be like an easier way to write C code, if you want to think about it that way. Yeah. It is. It's based on C. And as a matter of fact, it compiles regular C code. You can take just straight up C code and compile it in Zig. Yeah. So it takes Zig and it like does it has some niceties. No, sorry. Zig takes C and adds in some niceties that I think make it nicer to write the same kind of C code that you would write normally. And you can actually intermix it. Like, so you can take C code, you can take a C library, you can bring it into Zig and write Zig over top, like in addition to the C library. And then you can compile the two together using Zig. Single compile. Both share the same thing. There's obviously there's a different opinions depending on who you ask. But in my opinion, yeah, it brings C. It's a much nicer way to deal with C. That is my opinion of it. Sam, that's ew? Why is that ew, Sam? Why does that make you feel ew? Why is this font not downloading? There we go. C is cool, but I bet Zig makes it a nicer developer experience. In my experience using Zig, I find it way easier to write C code and much nicer than just C code. That's been my experience with it. Hey Danil, good to see you. Muad, gotta go. Tomorrow's the idea. Have fun. Spare downloading a font for 2 hours. Thanks, Muad. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for having fun over here. Hey, Two Step. Good to see you, man. Oh, damn. Capital J, thanks for the Prime sub. Holy cow. I have no idea what I did to deserve that, man, but thank you. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate that. Yeah, good idea, Arvis. Yeah, that's great. Oh, it's Justin. Nice. Justin, good to see you. Justin from YouTube came over from the YouTube side. Just to be here on the Twitch side. We've converted another one, boys. Converted another one. But still, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. That helps me out. And I guess you have been watching me on the YouTube side long enough to know what I'm about. So, okay, maybe I've earned it. Maybe a little bit. Okay, maybe just a little bit. So how would I do font? It's not there. It needs sudo. Yeah, good call out. Why on earth did it open this up? Yeah, it did fail. I didn't notice it at first. You guys brought it up, so yeah. Sudden dark to light mode, yeah. Okay, so now if I go back to get rid of this window, come back here, and let's see if I can go choosing a font, and no, it's still not finding it. Standing room only section of an event. Sometimes it feels that way, right? Feels like YouTube's kind of the standing only section. So why wouldn't it find the font? Maybe that's not user share font. Maybe it's like, like, you know how it has like user share local or something stupid like that. Yeah, it is. I guess I'm not showing it. So check it out. So if I go like this, right, and then I go, if I go font choose under fonts. Can't change the font. It's this, right? So it's not there. Let me look under fonts. Okay, I guess I don't have the directory. Oh, right. I gotta do, I gotta close it and then open it up again. So now if I go choose font again, it's not there. So what if I did like, isn't it local share fonts? I could try it in here. Okay, let's see. Why does it always go way over here? No, it's still not doing it. I'm also seeing you can try apt-get TTF Papyrus. Hey, two-step, yeah. Yeah, two-step, we're doing something stupid because the chat fixed my NeoVim and now I have to make him pay and suffer. I did restart Sublime. I did. No, TTF Papyrus does not show up. So yeah, it's restarted, but and oh, you know what? No, I don't even have my I don't even have like my regular, the one that I like using. The Berkeley one. Do I have the Berkeley one over on, let me just check something here, because I have another machine that I think I solved this problem on. I do, I have Berkeley on it. So how the heck did I do it on this machine? Oh, is it true type? Oh. Oh, it might be the specific folder. Okay, hang on. So if I go if I just copy what I have over on the other machine where it is working. Oh, it already exists. Okay. Yeah. Then go back to here. Then close Sublime. Then open it up. Then No, it's still not working. Oh, is it the file name? Yeah, MJ. Yeah, you brought this on yourself, MJ. Because I know that, like, sometimes it's really specific about uppercase, lowercase, and stuff like that. So let me go back to, if I go back here, and then I go whatever, and then I go like this. Then I close it. I mean, sure, whatever. I just want to... No, it's not picking up that it's there. Here, let me try it one more time and then you shall. Just to be sure. Nope. I guess we're not getting papyrus, boys. Sorry, I tried. I guess there's no papyrus happening. Ah. You sudo? Sure, I'll try sudo. Man, I hate that. Okay, go here, go font, choose. No, sudo doesn't have it either. Just to be safe, let me go back to, because I noticed that it's actually using a different window manager. Yeah, I know. It's like that. FC cache. Hey, it's worth a shot. Let's see. Nope. No papyrus. But it's weird because I do have the Berkeley Mono font. Yeah, I have it working on the other machine here. And Sublime picks it up there. Do I have like... No, I don't have a custom like font folder setting or anything like that. It's literally just in the same place. User share fonts true type. Berkeley Mono. And it's just not picking it up. I have one last thing I could try. Just one last thing. If I go over to my PowerShell and then I do something like restart the terminal, like restart WSL. Okay. the links we're going to go to so that I can get one over on you guys. Because you thought it'd be fun to fix my NeoVim config and get me back on NeoVim. The lengths I will go to. Nope, didn't work. I don't know. Maybe it could even be like the actual like TTF file itself. That's like maybe not like formatted correctly. Won't work on Windows, but have you heard of Flow? It's written in Zig. Still young but promising. I've not heard of Flow two-step. You know what? Let's go all out. Let me get nerd sniped again. Amanusis, rating with a party of 2. Hello, Amanusis. I hope you're doing well. Raiders, I hope you're doing well. I'm getting nerd sniped all over the place. Welcome to paper-based, paper-colored coding stream. Because I actually like this, I find it pleasant. Because chat had the audacity to help me fix my NeoVim config. And now they must suffer with terrible, terrible color schemes. Okay, welcome. Welcome in. Chat was like, hey, let's make fun of, let's show Spiro how stupid he is and demonstrate to him that it's just ripgrep that was the problem with his NeoVim. Wasn't even NeoVim, whatever, but it is NeoVim because it didn't happen until the lazy end update. And now everyone has to suffer with this. And I'm even getting the papyrus font. Well, I was trying to get it. I guess we're not doing it. I was trying to get the papyrus font so that we could do true paper-based coding. Welcome in, Amanusis. Let me know how you're doing. Okay, let's see what this Flow editor is. Written entirely in Zig. Let's see. Because this stream is just like nerd snipe stream. Programmer's text editor. A modern terminal 24 and Kitty support. Ghost ETY. Okay. Linux, Mac. Features. Fast TUI interface. No user interaction should take longer than a frame. 6 milliseconds. Tree sitter based syntax highlighting. Multi-cursor editing support. First class mouse support. Yes, even with the scroll bar. That actually works properly. VS Code compatible key bindings. Vim compatible key bindings. Good Unicode support. Hybrid rope piece table buffer for fast loading, saving, editing with hundreds of cursors. Theme support compatible with VS Code themes via Flow themes. Infinite undo redo, at least until you run out of RAM. Stuff I've forgotten to mention. Features in progress. LSP, I don't use LSPs anyways. Find in files. Multi-TTY. Command palette. Completion UI. Persistent undo redo. It's a punch in the dingus. Good, Travis. You should suffer like the rest of them. Yeah, I know. Notepad minus. I know. Arvis, are you still on Papyrus? I mean, it doesn't have to two-step. It doesn't have to work on Windows because I run WSL. So as long as it runs on Linux, I think I might actually give this a try. Still, yeah. So the NeoVim issue was that for whatever reason, ripgrep got removed from a machine where Telescope has been working just fine. You can go back to any number of VODs, hundreds of hours of VODs, where Telescope with ripgrep it was working. I did a lazy update. Ripgrep was gone. Install ripgrep. NeoVim's back to normal. Does WSL support 24-bit colors? I do not know if it does. I think it does. I actually think it does. Okay, so then I would close this thing and then I'd go, I want to go in here. Let's see. Yeah, boys. This is what you get for fixing my NeoVim config. This is what you get. I'll try it two-step. I'll try it. I'm curious to see if it'll work. Car, I love you too on YouTube. I love you too. You're finally ready to switch back to streaming on Linux? Nice, Travis. Nice. I can't wait to see to count the number of hours you spend fixing little tiny configs and not streaming. We code in the name of Pharaoh heresy. This is how I'm going to code from now on. You want to fix my NeoVim config? This is what you get. This is the price you pay. Enjoy. You know what? I'm just a moment of silence for all you suckers. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. You know, it makes me feel royal and pharaoh-like. Suddenly I want to go pet a cat and build a pyramid. And it feels right. And I think from now on I'm going to switch off of NeoVim and I'm only going to use Sublime and this color scheme and font. Exclusively. Actually, what was hilarious is I spent weeks trying to get Pop! OS configured. I got Arc set up and ready for dev in an hour and a half. So, okay, yeah, fair, Travis. Your wife likes it? I know, MJ. You need to switch to MS-DOS edit. 16-bit version. Hardcore, yeah. Hardcore. I'm sorry, but you guys brought this on yourselves. This is how I code from now on. Poor MJ. I mean, like, now, you know, when I need to code something, I mean, check it, right? I could just be like, oh, look at that. Look at how beautiful that looks. I know, Rarvis, right? I was meant for this. Look, even like the auto completion, whatever the heck this is, right? Oh, guys, doesn't that feel nice? Are you guys happy that you helped me fix my NeoVim config? Are you happy? Are you proud of yourselves? Look at game initialized. You ain't missing that puppy. You ain't missing that puppy. That puppy's staring you straight in the face. You know what I'm saying? It's like, ha. Look at that. Oh, this is kind of nice. Guys, you know what the problem is? Guys, real talk. Okay, real talk for a second. The problem is that the more I'm staring at this, the more I kind of like it. And the problem that I fear I'm heading towards is that I look at this long enough that I start developing Stockholm syndrome. And I actually end up being okay with this. Do you guys see how, like... Do you guys see the little s and the big C? This is literally one variable name. It's S component movement with a capital C and a capital M. But look at how hidden the S is by the big C. Look at it's pretty. It's pretty. Look at the highlighting. Yeah, this is your average HTML engineer hiring managers. Exactly what HTMX, Carson Gross. Yeah, it's like classy screamy case. Yeah, Dub Potato. Thank you for the follow just now. I appreciate it. Make sure you say hi if you're here, Dub Potato. Although at this point, I don't know if you want to say hi, but but do say hi if you're here. This needs to get. You write better class names. It's not a class name. It's just a variable name, Arvis. Okay, just chill. Arvis, the more you attack me, the more I'm gonna just like dig my heels into this and just use this. Crap. Change the font to Old English. I need to download Old English. Are we downloading Old English? Should we go download Old English? I mean, there's a few Old English fonts. There's a few of them. So we have to pick one. It's not just like, look at all the fonts, right? We'd have to pick an Old English font. Wingdings or bust. Like, should we go ham and go like this, like Anglican? Like where everything is just like super curly? Or do we just go like middle of the road? King's Cross? That's disgusting. Old English 5 or Anglican? I'm kind of feeling Anglican. Anglican text. All right, let's do it. We're doing it. Okay, let me get rid of this for now because we're going to want to redo this anyways. Okay. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah. King's Cross kind of looks like it's a little bit too weird, I think. Okay, so let me go. So I gotta. What has this stream become? What has it become? All right, so then all I need to do is the copy, right? So I just want to go CP, and then I want to go like Anglican text, and then I want to go user share fonts true type. And then this should be. I think you have to change the title. I'm not changing the title to that. Family friendly stream. Yeah, Papa. Yeah. It's about to get a lot worse, Papa. Oh, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for this? No, are you guys ready though? Who's ready? Are you guys ready? Should I do this in full screen? Are you ready? This is gonna be pretty good. Full screen. Here we go. Ready? Oh, it doesn't work. No. It doesn't work. It doesn't render. It doesn't render. Guys. Look, it's here. But it won't do it. Ruined. Shambles. It won't do it. I'm sorry. I failed you all. I have failed you all. Yeah, it won't do it. Man. Back to Papyrus. This one's too legible. Oh, that sucks. You know, do you think NeoVim could render it? The next 2 hours. Can Neovim render Anglican font? Let's go! Okay, how would that work? How would that work? I don't even know. I don't even know where you put the font. Where do you put the font? I mean, maybe it could be a terminal emulator thing. I'm not sure. Like in my settings in here. Hey, Mohai, good to see you, man. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing well too. I'm having fun. Rendering. No color schemes. No defaults. No, so I don't think you can render... Oh, you can render the font face. Oh, you can change the font face. You're gonna go down for work tomorrow. It's gonna be like, yeah, like I woke up from a bad Friday night. Guys. Where the heck? Where the heck? Where did it go? Okay. Yeah, I gotta install it locally. That's fine. That's easy. Let me go. And then we're gonna move it. I'll just move it to here. Okay, and then I'm gonna open up the whatever the fonts folder is. Fonts. Like this. And then I'm gonna go over to my downloads, and I think I just literally drag and drop. Where did it go? Long time you're not streaming. I was sick. My kid was sick. I had work emergencies. It was not a fun time for me. So that's what I've been up to. There we go. There we go. I got this. Just literally go like that. Now that that's installed, I'm hoping it didn't pick it up right away. I probably have to like close the terminal and open it and then go to settings and then go, where the heck is it? Appearance, where is it? Defaults, appearance, here we go. Where's Anglican? Maybe this terminal won't pick up. No, show all fonts. There we go. There we go. Oh, this is terrible. Oh, this is terrible. Yeah, life happens sometimes, Mohai. I'm glad to see you around though, man. This is terrible. You can't even make sense of this. Do I just code like this? Do I just code like this from now on? It works in Neovim. Do I just code like this from now on? And then I could use a color scheme that's like close to paper, right? Like, I don't know, like, oh, that's so bad! That's so bad! Oh, I hate it! I hate it so much! I love it! There's something about that blue is like, it just enhances the terribleness. What, like evening? This is actually not too shabby. Because they don't know what the hell's going on. That's right, Travis. I have to call in a satanic power. Yeah. I don't know what kid I sacrificed, but I sacrificed some kid to get here. Like, I mean... Oh, look at that. Doesn't that feel paperish? Doesn't it? Look at how unreadable this variable is. Look at this. Look at your mode line when you're in command mode. I know. God, like color like, and if I do caps, it's completely incomprehensible. Look at how much you have to zoom in to game initialize. Boys, this is how we're coding. Refactor, I'm like, yes! Refactor for all caps. This is how we're coding from now on. Look at that import. Look at that fancy import, yo. Guys, real talk. Real talk. I mean, yeah, I guess you could probably do a defined keyword. Real talk. The more I look at this, the more I kind of like it. Just real talk. Just saying. This actually isn't the most terrible thing in the world. This is. This is the most terrible thing in the world. This is stupid. And it's incredible how a color scheme can have that dramatic of an impact on a font. XP, holy crap. XP, good to see you, man. I hope you're doing well, XP. Wolfenstein 3D style, yeah. This is take that it's DOS. No, this is really bad. What, you guys like that color? What is wrong with you? No. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty bad too, but like, Noir Buddy? Oh, that's terrible. That looks like a comic book. Slate is okay. I don't know, man. We're Turbo Pascal, yeah. Glad you're able to stream again and have some fun. Me too, XP. It's nice to have you back, man. It's nice to be back. I miss chat. You guys are a bunch of fun. I have nostalgia for computers that worked when you use them. Me too, Arvis. Yeah, and you know the color scheme comes with that. You know, it harkens back to when the color scheme. You know, you might have to switch to that blue. Wait, Travis, hang on, Travis. This blue? With a real font? Let me go to let me go to Berkeley. Do you Wait, Travis, wait. Do you like this? You're doing that right now in VS Code? Look up screenshots of Turbo Pascal. I know what Turbo Pascal is. I know. You really like it? Listen, dude, I don't want to color shame. But maybe get some help. Really? Like I remember this color scheme from days when from even DOS days. Looks like the console. Yeah. From like old consoles where I would program in this color scheme. So I could see, like, you know, I could see why you might like it. I suppose it would be like be a throwback, right? But this is like, for me, this makes my brain break. I'm surprised, Travis. You could go with black text on a bright pink background. That's true. That's far worse. Right. So I guess with a throwback, I could see why you'd be down to use this. I'm a little surprised. You know what I think people, including myself, tend to think of color schemes as? There's maybe it's just me. This could just be me. I feel like there's an association to color scheme to how your brain processes information you read. And you associate your own brain processing mechanisms to the color schemes that you like. And then when someone else uses a color scheme that's different from that, you like, that abstraction is all too real. You're like, well, you don't think like me, you know, because you use this color scheme. And so my immediate reaction to this color scheme is like, this isn't the way that I think Travis thinks, because I feel like Travis and I think a lot alike in many ways. And this color scheme breaks my brain. And so I immediately go, well, certainly it must also break Travis's brain. So Travis, when you pop in, you're like, hey, I really like this. I go, wait, what is your brain doing that you like this? Because I associate brain activity to color schemes, right? You just have ultra ADHD? Maybe. I don't know, Arvis, maybe. The font Chris uses on stream drives me nuts. Same. I can't. Travis is the imposter. Yeah, XP. But there's some association, but I don't think it's real, right? It's just what our brains do. We associate our own brain activity to like the colors, right? But I don't think it's actually true. It's just something that we do in our heads. And so then we go, oh, you use that color scheme? You must think this way. Herp, you're stupid, you know? Mind you, though, I spend a lot of time in editors with these colors. Sure, fair. Adoraz, good to see you, man. I hope you're doing well. I like to delude myself that I like colorful color schemes, but I'm always surprised how much black and white text makes me focus the best. White on black background. Same. So the color scheme that I use by default, let me just go back to normal stuff. The color scheme that I use by default right now is this, which is just like gray, very light grayscaled, because I can focus on what I need to focus. Color schemes break my focus. There's something about that DOS blue that speaks to my mind. This is productivity. I get it, Arvis. I actually get that. I 100% get that. Something about it means you're getting stuff done. Yeah. Adwaita is the best. I think I've seen Adwaita. Doing good. Cheers. Exactly. That black and white color scheme. Yeah, Adoraz. Yeah. And like, so this is very light. My brain comprehends the holistic view of the code, and my brain can pick apart the text. But I completely understand why some people, or a lot of people, need the color coding, because it helps their brain to do the exact same thing my brain is doing without the colors. I get it. I totally get it. It's just a difference in how the brain ingests that data. And for me, the color schemes are way too distracting. It's like my brain literally blocks out portions of code when the color scheme does that to me, and I can't see them. I'm like the Tyrannosaurus Rex back when Jurassic Park thought that if you stood still, the T-Rex couldn't see you, except I am that. The reason I switched away from blue is because of the blue light issue. Right. Gonna grab my CRT from downstairs, get the DOS blue, yeah. Yeah, that's the way you gotta do it. And then you have to crank up that old school music, you know, and have like a bunch of people in the room, you know, a bunch of mouth breathers in the room just doing code with you, yeah. My brain has learned to read code using colors. I can very quickly scan code structure because of that. I suppose that it is something you could learn. And I tried to learn it for several years. And I guess my brain just can't. It's just my brain. That's it. It's not like you're better or not if you do or don't. It's just my brain. The issue you have with color scheme, I have with LSP's linters, because sometimes I'll be coding something really hard to wrap my head around and I get a wrong warning about a snake case dumb issue. Yeah, Moy, I've turned off LSPs and linters for myself. I find that they take away my ability to ingest information in a retainable format. It's, for me, it's my brain, right? They get me to a point, but I don't get to retain that information. So I've written a lot of Zig code that I step away for a week, I come back and I don't remember why I did what I did. And it's like, oh, because the LSP helped me to do that. And it's just my brain. It's just my brain. That's all. You're a mouth breather because of allergies? Yeah. Just gonna do chain smoke all over your computer. Yeah. And then you have to be like, man, I worked at a computer repair shop. You have no idea how many times people brought in their computer and they're like, I don't know what's wrong with it. And you take apart the side case and it is filled to the brim with dirt balls, fur, and just tar. Thick layers of tar. And you literally have to reseat components, take them out, clean them off, clean off the inside, use gloves and a mask, and reseat it. My brain tries to find patterns in colors, but if it's just monochrome, I focused on text, which makes me read code more. So Adoraz, it sounds like you and I are similar that way, because that's what I feel like. The non-color text helps me focus on the holistic view of the text. I did used to code in regular Notepad for a long time, so I suppose it doesn't matter. Yeah, Travis, yeah. Travis is like, oh, I saw some stuff when I used to repair computers. Yeah, man, I think we all did. It's filled with 4,000 metric tons of human skin and nicotine-soaked dust. Yeah. You do know, Arvis, yeah. Axolot on YouTube. Axolot, what are you doing on YouTube, Axolot? I was one of those people that doesn't clean their PCs. I know better now. Yeah. Yeah. Also, Axolot, let me know how you're doing, bud. Yeah, I mean, that was crazy. One person spilled milk on a laptop and waited a week to bring it in. Jeez. Guys, do you want to hear? Okay, how many of you... I have two crazy stories. How many of you have had the my cup holder doesn't work anymore call? If you've done computer repair, you probably know what I'm talking about. XP says, I guess this falls into what you do in art. The bright areas are supposed to be reverse objects. So if the object is to focus on the text, the brightest thing should be the text, and it works better with high contrast, so the background should be black. Yeah, XP, yeah. Yeah. You never got the cup holder call? Really? Don't all tech support guys get the cup holder call? I broke my cup holder. Guys, not only did I get the call, do you want to hear this? Another person brought a desktop in and found out the hard way that it was infested with roaches. Oh. And then scattered everywhere. Oh, roaches inside the damn thing. Oh. No, I'm out. You got the cup holder? Yeah. A Panda, real question. I've heard other programmers talk about forgetting why they did stuff, like you just mentioned. Is there an organization system besides internal code notation that programmers could use to remember why they did things in a certain way? If not, could be a good program to make. Also had a guy turn USB into a word. Pronounce use. Yeah. Okay, Panda, I do have an answer for you. Give me a second because I want to get through 2 stories about computer repair, but I promise we'll get to it. CD-ROM. Yeah. Okay. So you guys know what I'm talking about. You guys have your own stories. My story is that I was a naive young kid when I started out. It was my first paid job in the tech industry because I was doing construction work. And then I would go to a computer repair shop, and any amount of hours I had left in the day, I would do computer repair work. And so there was a lot of computer repair stuff that I didn't know. So somebody calls in and says, hey, my cup holder doesn't work on my PC, and I don't know what's going on because I haven't had that experience yet. So I say, come on in, bring your PC, and we'll have a look at it because, like, what the heck do I know? They bring in their PC, and it's literally the CD-ROM holder half broken, like rough busted, hanging out. And the lady brings me the other piece, and she's like, it just broke. I put a cup of coffee there and it broke. This thing is flimsy. And then I registered in my head as the first time experiencing this as a young kid, like at 20, you know, like not having much experience in this. I'm like, oh, yeah, this is what you mean. It took a lot for me not to laugh in her face. So I just held it together and I'm like, oh, this isn't a cup holder. Listen, we're going to have to like replace your CD-ROM, you know, like that. Okay, listen, do you want to hear the best story that I have about the time that I worked as a computer repair shop? Do you want to hear a story about Canadian Secret Service? You know, like US Secret Service? Canadian Secret Service, right? So these guys are supposed to be at the tippity top, right? Right? Cream of the crop. If you get hired in Secret Service, you're going to be the best at what you got hired for, right? That would be the assumption, right? Yeah, it's a fancy cup holder. So, somebody comes in from Canadian Secret Service. They're a tech manager. They were running an entire team of whatever it was they were doing. He didn't specify, but he said there's a bunch of software programmers that he runs in his office, and they just purchased a new machine from another shop, and it's not working. So he comes in, and the first thing he does is, you know what? This machine is really old. Can you build me a new machine? So, you know, this guy's like a big, you know, hot shot, right? Canadian Secret Service, like head of the department. And so the owner steps out of his office. The owner of the repair shop steps out of his office, and it's like just him and this guy, and they go back into his office and they talk whatever they talk about. None of us are allowed to hear it. And they go over the specs for the new machine. And then the guy leaves. The boss comes out and he's like, okay, guys, we're building a new machine. This one's for Canadian Secret Service. It's going to be awesome. So we're all like, yeah, let's do it. So we build the machine. Everything's great. It's like, you know, top of the line machine and everything. Guy comes to pick it up. He's like, yeah, all right. This is great. Thanks, guys. Takes it back to his office. Next day, first thing in the morning, this guy's sitting outside the door, waiting for us to open up shop. I'm the second person there. The owner's son is there. He comes in and he's waiting, and the owner's son doesn't really know much about computers, so he waits for me to come in because I'm the first like technical person to come in. And he's like, listen, this thing's not turning on. So I'm like, okay, I'll have a look. And, you know, typically, like, what are the most typical things you're going to look at when a computer's not turning on? You're going to be like, the most typical thing I ran across was like on the motherboard when the capacitors blew, and, you know, they came out with like that junk. right? And so it's like, okay, the motherboard has an issue. Like, you know, maybe we have to replace the motherboard. Maybe the RAM, like maybe we didn't properly do a RAM test and the RAM's just like not allowing everything to boot up properly. He also didn't clearly explain what he means by not starting. So I'm like, you know, I go plug it in, like, okay, yeah, no, there's no power. And then I take it in the back while he waits in the front. And so for some reason or another, I don't remember why. I just remember I got distracted before I went too far down the road. The owner comes in and he's like, dude, what are you doing here? He sees this Secret Service guy because they're up front, right? You got to come in through the front. He's like, dude, what are you doing here? And he's like, yeah, man. Yeah, I took it in the back, Arvis. I took those gaping holes in the back. So he's like, yeah, man, the machine looks great, but I can't turn it on. And your guy's looking at it back there. Okay, cool. So the owner comes in, he's like, I'll take it from here. I'm like, okay, cool. So he takes the machine, he just takes it to another bench on the other side of the workspace. And he's like, come on in the back. And the Secret Service guy comes in the back, and then they plug it in. And then he goes like, the owner pushes the button. Sure enough, it's not working. And then he's like, so this is what was happening for you? And the Secret Service guy's like, yep, that's right. And then the owner, within 3 seconds, the owner looks in the back of the power supply. Can you guys guess what's at the back of the power supply? What's in the back of any power supply on a desktop machine? The switch. The switch was off. Legendary. First time chat coming in with a legendary chat. Welcome in, Legendary. It's the switch. The guy did not know how to flip the switch on the power supply on the back. 3 seconds, the owner's like, that's it. Secret Service guy did not say a word. He was so embarrassed. Bright red face, took the thing, walked out, didn't say anything. And apparently they had a call after. He said he felt stupid, and the owner had to be like, no, it's okay, don't worry. Canadian Secret Service. Look, all I'm saying for all you Americans, okay, if you wanted to just like roll over and take us over, I really don't think we'd be putting up much of a damn fight. That's all I'm saying, all right? Yeah, exactly. An hour for that switch, right? That's all I'm saying. Taking Canada over, really not that hard. Not that hard. We probably just didn't flip a switch on our tank. We can't even fire back at you. Also, Axolot's in a remote village somewhere in a remote area, probably doing like spy crap with his family. That's why Axolot's not on Twitch. He can only be on YouTube because he has limitations on what he can get on. So we're sure Axolot on YouTube. Just put a switch on it, yeah. Hey, One Salty, another first time chat. Coming in with an awesome chat. Thank you, One Salty. Legendary and One Salty, let me know how you got here. Normally I actually do work and code, and I build a game, and I do it in Zig with WebAssembly. Normally. But today has just been a day full of like nerd sniping and just talking and doing whatever. So, you know, I'm sorry guys. This is not a regular stream. So yeah, that's my Canadian Secret Service story. Canadians are based? Yeah, how based are we, One Salty? Wait, what makes you think Canadians are based? Because I might have to disagree with you as a Canadian. Watch One Salty as a Canadian and I just insulted him. Unfollowed. Unviewed, unfollowed. Based in Mapleville. Maple is the only thing we've got. Europeans are pasted. Guys, I'm losing my voice. It's almost been 6 hours, which I'm happy. It's double the time I spent yesterday. You love watching our Parliament stuff? Salty, you love watching our Parliament stuff? Dude, you're crazy. The Parliament stuff? I mean, right now, it's actually pretty entertaining. I gotta admit, our Parliament stuff is pretty entertaining right now. So Salty, yeah, okay. I gotta say, you might have a point. Axelot wants to say hi. to all the Twitch chat. Thanks, Axelot. Appreciate it, man. Have a good time up with your family. Okay, I want to read Travis's thing here. All right, let me read it. I had this one guy come in. I'm a GR man. Thank you for the follow just now, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Make sure you say hi if you're here. I am a GRMIN. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm sorry. But please do say hi. If you're just doing a flyby follow, thank you. Okay, Travis. I had this one guy come in with a laptop that was completely smashed to bits and split in two. This is already good. This is already good. Screen was one half. Base of the machine was the other. He goes in a deep southern accent. You all fix this? I asked what the hell happened. He said, my wife got pissed off and ran it over with my truck. I was like, damn dude, what did you do? He said, spilled her beer. That's an expensive beer, man. That's an expensive beer. Mun Salty, you're American, unfortunately. That's probably why you watch Canadian Parliament, Salty. Parliament feels like being at school again, yeah. Tell them we don't associate with YouTube. YouTube's for the peasants. It makes you laugh 20 years thinking about it. I mean, but okay. You know what, Travis, though? If I had to guess, I bet you anything they're probably still married and they probably have like a happy multi-decadal marriage. I bet you anything, right? Yeah, 100%. She ran over his laptop because he spilled her beer, but I bet you they're still married and going strong. The key to a good marriage. Right here, boys. Right here. Life advice. Do I detect jealousy, says Metrarch on YouTube? Yeah, a little bit. Just a little bit, okay? Just a little bit of jealousy. Seems like a healthy relationship. I mean, it is a healthy way to take out, your frustrations. Yeah, Arvis, right? The typical boy thing, you pull in the ponytail. He spills the beer on purpose. Yeah, Salty, yeah. Probably would, yeah. Like when the boys pull the ponytails of the girls at the park, it's like, oh, they like you. Yeah, they like you. Okay. Listen, folks, my voice is dying because I've had such an energetic, talk-filled. It has been 6 hours of me non-stop talking. And I'm having a hard time. I'm really having a hard time. And I want to go longer, but I can't. I'm going to lose my voice. I feel really bad. I'm really, really sorry. I'm trying really hard to make it worth your while. And I didn't do any coding today. We didn't solve any problems today. All we did was talk. Sergeant, damn it, skill issue. Damn it, Sergeant, it's a skill issue. But I have to admit that we did talk about some interesting things. So even if we didn't talk about code, we talked about pull architecture. We talked about compiler theory. Travis, you missed it, man. Yeah. Oh yeah, Panda. That's right. Yes, I'll answer your question. Thank you for reminding me. Travis, you missed it. We went into e-graphs and intermediate representations for how you could do how you would convert WASM to an e-graph that you could then convert into machine code that you could then run everywhere. We talked about all of that. And Travis, the thing Okay, I'll talk for a little while longer for the sake of Panda and Travis because they deserve it. I owe them that much. So Travis, check it out. I was asking for help in the morning about like I want to do educational content, but I want to do stuff that like is like it's more than just junior to intermediate crap, because that's vastly done. And it kind of aligns with the kind of stuff you're doing, where you're going with C and Vulcan. The educational material you're creating is kind of an untapped area where not a lot, if any, people are really diving deep into it. That led into discussions about how I could create material where I present a problem, kind of like I'll show you on screen. This is, I'm exhausted with basic tutorials. I think everyone is exhausted with basic tutorials. So here's a problem, right? So the problem would be I need to do X, Y, Z. I'd have to show a bunch of entities, which means I need to reach into WebAssembly memory and then pull it out, convert it from that to something that I can present in JavaScript, and then present a list of entities. Like, I'm just kind of generalizing the problem. But you can dive deep into that problem where you go, okay, if I'm going to look at the memory inside WebAssembly, I have to look at how this memory is put together. And then you could go down into like an eGraph with like, what's my function that receives an input for a list of, give me a list of entities, gets the points that get me to the output of that function. What does that tell me about the internals? This is a way to take something that's deep and apply it to something that's a bit more fun at a higher level, which is like, we're building a video game, it's single player, multiplayer, all the fun stuff that attracts the typical viewers, but you're teaching people stuff that is deeply, deeply, deeply under the hood. How does the machine work at its most core level? And so you're using a problem set that everybody can kind of understand and digest to dive into beyond just the hello world to do stuff. So we talked about all of that. Shreyas and AH, who aren't here right now, gave me a whole bunch of links, and that's the kind of material I'm going to start creating. Yeah, it's rare. And I think there's like a big hunger for that deep level. And what do I gripe about all the time on my stream, right? Which is like, people just pull libraries like React and other libraries too, and they don't think about what goes on under the hood. Well, how about we show them? Right? How would we take problems that are like interesting, fun problems? Hey, what about this problem in a video game to make the video game work? And then we go and we just dive like all this, like be deep all the way down, So they helped me to kind of funnel that. Right, the process of solving that issue. Correct. The process. How deep do you want to go, and what is the path that I took, whether it's on stream with chat or by myself or whatever it is, to solve that issue. And along the way, you get to learn a bunch of stuff that's going on under the hood, which then those principles can be extrapolated or abstracted or whatever you want to call it, so that when you go and you have to deal with something at a higher level, you understand the principles of why that problem even exists in the first place. Yeah. So yeah, I'm sorry you missed all that, but there you go. That's kind of like the breakdown of what we came to today. So today wasn't a complete waste of just playing around with fonts and color schemes. We talked about some serious, there's some serious gap in educational content. And I think we have the right community here to tackle that gap. We have some really smart people. And it's not just about me creating the content. That's why I asked for help, because there's smart people who are just willing to come in and help me. So if we do it right, these smart people like yourself, we can all, create content that is actually like meaningful. It teaches you something, damn it. Anyway, one video every 2 weeks with a newsletter would be perfect. Yeah, Moy, I could do something where I spread it out, and I have a really good editor who's willing to work on a dime. And if I do this right, and Travis, remember the transcription thing where I extract the transcription? I didn't have a chance to look into it, but I am gonna look into it because YouTube auto transcribes. If you can grab the transcription of your YouTube audio, my voice is starting to go, man. I'm really sorry, guys. If you can grab the transcription, then what you can do is create automatic textual content to go along with visual content. So if people don't want to watch a video, you can make a blog post out of it with a video embedded into it. So I'm going to sort all that out because I think chat helped me today to figure out exactly what I need to do. So if I figure it out, Travis, I'll hit you up. Okay, now Panda, I owe you this. How do developers try to remember things that they've done that they easily forget? So for example, I think the example that brought this question up was, I'm writing in Zig and I have an LSP and it does some form of auto-completion for me as I type stuff out. And in my personal brain, that auto-completion makes it so that I do not retain the reason why I chose to go ahead with a suggestion that the LSP made. I just go, oh, thank you, LSP. You're probably right. I'll just accept that. There's kind of two aspects to it, a little bit. One is, are you taking the time to stop when you don't fully know something? There you go, Moy. Are you taking the time to stop and understand why you're accepting something from an auto-completed or an auto-suggested mechanism? I don't. This is a skill issue. It's a me problem. When I have that tool, I'm way too inclined to just go, okay, thank you, tool, and move along. So there's definitely you have to be aware of your own weaknesses in order to know when you're going to fail to retain information that you then have to go, then when you go back, you go, oh crap, I don't remember what I did. However, there is a second aspect, and I have not figured out how to do this properly. You're asking, Panda, if I remember correctly, you were asking, like, is there a tool that you could create to overcome I don't know how much longer I'm going to last. I'm going to do my best, Panda. My voice is dying. Is there a tool you could use to kind of overcome that problem? And there is, but the implementation of that tool is actually really difficult. I will try my best to explain it with the voice I have left. Arvis asked, do you find that to be more the case when using something like Copilot versus simple code completion? Actually, I find it the reverse. With Copilot, because Copilot generates blocks of code, I can read the blocks of code and understand that better than when an LSP tells me a particular function or parameters of a function that I don't truly understand why. I hope that makes sense. Now, Panda, is there a tool? Yes. You've probably seen me talk about this, and I think I have a short in the lineup. I do have a lizard brain. I do. So Panda, Donald Knuth, I think it's pronounced Knuth, came up with this idea of it's called literate programming. So he wrote a book about it in 1984. So I'll give you the general broad stroke. Instead of writing code as code first, right? So let's have a look at some code. So you take some code and then you start writing it, right? So here's some code and it's literally just start writing code. Org mode. Yeah, MJ, org mode, yeah. What you do is you type in documentation first. Okay, so the idea would be you'd go, just pretend that this was like a like an MD file. Well, I mean, I have a Obsidian, I guess, so I could, let me pull up an MD file of some kind. Like, I don't know, like this. No, wait, not that one. Okay, like this. Okay, so I hope Panda's still there. Otherwise, I'm doing this otherwise, I'm gonna have to do this again for Panda. I'll keep going, but Panda, just double confirm with me that you're there. So here's the idea, right? So let's pretend it's a markdown file because it's an easy one to comprehend. You have a markdown file, and you start writing out your documentation. And so in a markdown file, you would do exactly what you're seeing here. This is why I chose this example. So you write some code and you write some documentation, like some text. Feisty Lobster, thank you for the follow just now. I appreciate it. Please make sure to say hi. If you're doing a flyby follow, I appreciate it anyways, man. Thank you. Okay, Panda's here. Perfect. So what you do is you start by explaining the problem and like kind of broad strokes how you would solve it. And it could almost be independent of which language you're working in. So you would do something like you start describing the application, right? So it's almost like starting with business logic first, in a way. So you'd be like, I need to take the sum of two values and then return that sum, right? So you literally just write it in plain verbiage, plain English. And then what you would do is you would take exactly what you're seeing right down here with the shell code. So then you would go, whatever language that you're building your program in, you'd go like this. You'd go, let's say like PHP, right? And then you'd go, oh crap, it's an ad break. I don't know if Panda gets ads or not. I don't think Panda gets, but maybe I'll stop just in case Panda gets ads, because I'm deliberately doing this for Panda's sake. Hey, loading personality. How are you doing, man? Good to see you loading. I think mods do get ads, yeah. Panda isn't subbed, yeah. I'll wait. Yeah, I think even mods get ads. Loading, I hope you're doing well, man. Good to see you. The equivalent of sketching before committing to a final outline. Yeah, XP. Okay, so hopefully Panda is back. I'm explaining literate programming loading because Laughing Panda asked about a potential ways to overcome the fact that you've forgotten something and you need to remember it. So okay, so the ad break is over. The Zig syntax aggregate you coming from C was weird to me. I actually didn't mind Zig syntax, Salty. I really enjoyed it. It doesn't aggravate me at all. I actually prefer it to C syntax, in my personal opinion. But that is a subjective opinion. That is not like one is absolutely better than the other. I just personally really like the Zig syntax. Okay, back to this, Panda, because my voice is almost dead. Okay, so you've written in documentation format like a comment, but like in a big, well, so think of it the inverse of writing code. You write a big file of comments, a big documentation file. And then what you're going to do is once you've described a particular problem, you're going to do something like in PHP, you're going to go function, and then it's going to be A, and then B, and then you're going to go return A plus B, whatever it is, right? And so you do it in this code. Imagine it in your head that you describe your application and you write the bits of code that are immediately applicable next to the description of that code. Why did I create a function that returns A and B together? I go pull up the documentation and that function lives next to the description immediately. So you start with the description, then you build out your code. That's what literate programming essentially encompasses. And then what you do is you have some kind of transpilation step, which you tell it which pieces of code to extract out of that documentation to generate the thing that will actually get run in the end, as if you had just written the code in the first place. So you can tell it, there's a function here that I want to put into the finalized output of whatever I'm going to run, but maybe down here I have an alternative version of this some function that I don't want in the output. It's just here for posterity's sake, so that anybody who reads the documentation unloads to them the explanation of why first, with an alternative of like, here's another way I did it and why I didn't like doing it this way. And then here's the way that I ended up doing it, and here's an explanation why. It's basically documentation-driven design, but you explain the entire thing and your code lives directly next to the explanation. If you do that, then what happens is that you force yourself to explain why you did something. So when it comes to an LSP, what you'd have to do is you would have to kind of like inverse kind of like how it works, right? So the LSP would make a recommendation for you, but you would not be able to just walk away with, yes, thank you, LSP. I will use this function because you suggested it to me and I don't care what it does. Or thank you, Copilot. You suggested to me a block of code. I will accept it and I don't care what it does. In this design, in literate programming, you would have to literate, whatever the word is, you would have to create the verbiage that goes around the code. So the explanation comes first, then the code follows. That way someone could read the application as if it were a document, a book, and then you extract the relevant bits of code into the final summarized thing. Now here's the thing. I don't know if I have it on here, but you asked, like, that would be a cool tool for someone to do, right? What is it? Notes. I actually built a tool. And so, okay, so now here's that you guys are bang on. Holy crap, what a smart chat I have. You guys are bang on. Small versus large scale apps. I actually built a tool that will do exactly what I just described and extract the relevant bits into an output form. There are some difficulties. I went down this path because it was completely sold that this was a better way to write code. So I actually built things. Okay, let me read chat. Man, guys, I'm really sorry if my voice gives out part way. I'm doing my best here. I guess this would make it easier to remember things. The same example is taught in school. Writing things down that you read here do. The concept is let your brain build a stronger connection as you're re-stimulating the same connections and also building new ones. Right. I'll answer the question about large versus small scale apps, okay? When the implementation needs to be changed, the whole documentation needs to be reviewed again. Danil, that is a problem. Okay, I'll get to it. So first of all, XP, yes. Here's another benefit. So not only do you get to kind of like, what would it be? You would, let me see if I can find a good example. Yeah. Okay. So if I go lit and then test, right? So I'm just trying to explain something here. So if I go vim, let's go test markdown. Okay, so this is an example, right? I literally built this tool. So here's an added benefit XP to what you're saying, which is you get to stimulate your brain by writing out what it is you're trying to describe, what you're trying to accomplish before you go and accomplish it. Another benefit. If you have, say, a manager, stop yelling and start ASMR. Yeah, Sergeant. If you have a manager who comes at you and is like, hey, we have the, business requirements. Here are our business requirements. And then you use the literate approach first. Guess what you're doing? You're rewriting the business requirements in a technical form. And there are certain aspects of that that are beneficial to you writing out the technical form in a literate way before you even touch code, and then going back to your manager and saying, hey, can you read this? And your manager will be able to pick out flaws in your logic before you've written a line of code. One Salty, thank you for the follow, man. So thanks, Salty. Right, so you can ensure that your internal translation of business requirements are accurate by doing the literate programming approach first. then going back to your manager and going, hey, did I get this right? Now, so in some cases, it doesn't always work, right? Because the technical explanation, the technical translation doesn't always map out. And so then, a manager who's not technical might not understand what they're reading. But in some cases, it is far more useful and a time-saving technique as opposed to just going in. Right, it's real-time translation to people who can't read code. There is that possibility that you can do that. And literally what you do is, if you decide that you do want to include code as part of your initial attempt to translate it, the manager doesn't need to read the code. Right? They don't have to read the code. What they have to read is your explanation. They can just skim over the code or just ignore it. Did you describe the use case correctly? Is this what I would expect this portion of code to do? Right? Now, does it scale? The only time that it does not scale is when you have to worry about a variety of different moving parts. I don't know if this file, I'll try and explain as best as I can, but I think somebody got it. I guess it's just this one. This might be the only one that I have. Okay, so imagine that you have a pretty complicated, let's call it a web application, okay? And you have some back-end code and you have some front-end code, right? So let's say you're using screw it. Let's say you're using React. You're using React on the front end, and then you're using PHP on the back end. Now, you can write business logic, and then you can literally write, let me just go back here and just kind of describe it. You can literally write your PHP backend and say, here's what the PHP should look like to handle a specific piece of business logic. And here's what our React component should look like to handle whatever it is that you need to handle from the front end, right? And you can put it all together. Now, what happens is when you start having interdependencies, you can probably guess that when things get complicated enough, where do things live? And the most complicated part that I had a hell of a time figuring out with the tool, which I did technically solve, but requires such an uplift for a developer to unload all the moving parts. The real crux of the issue is, which pieces of code do I extract when I've broken things down so much that I need to interchange? And what happens when somebody needs to go and change that code and you have to change a bunch of the documentation, and then because of the nature of the tool, I have to literally go change a reference. So to start with, everything's great. When you first start out doing this, everything is great. Oh, here's the code for this, here's the code for that. You tell the tool, go to this line number, or go to this block, or go to this markdown file, and all the code you need is here, and just extract this and that. But when that starts changing because you're iterating like this and that, and you have to start telling your tool where to find that same code base, that's when you have to build a tool that is extremely intuitive. And it was such a difficult thing to undertake that I gave up on it because I couldn't come up with a smart way at the time. This was about 3 or 4 years ago. I couldn't come up with a smart way at the time to deal with that level of complexity so that the tool could understand where code and documentation next to that code lives and extract only the relevant bits such that the developer experience was really good, the literacy experience was really good, and the tool could do everything it needed to do. That was an extremely difficult undertaking as you scale the complexity of the app up. A good tool that could handle that, I think, could change the way you program. If you have a couple of dozen people working on it, that would be hard. You could accomplish that with pull requests, Git versioning, all that stuff. There is some element of you can overcome that problem. And a good tool will also, if I had it my way and I put enough time, maybe I should just do this. A good tool would understand when you are updating a something that is currently being referenced as the current output version, and it should do something like pop up and say, hey, are you sure you really want to do this? Are you sure you really want to change this? A good tool would understand. It would be intuitive enough to understand that. But that is a difficult undertaking in a literate programming world, because the nature of the tool is programmatic. The nature of what people are building with that tool is illiterate. It's different. You have to bridge a big paradigm. This is how I ended up writing web something 2, because teammate can't afford web something to change, right? Can AI do the work of the tool now? Could AI do the work of the tool now? Possibly. I'd have to think about that. That's a good question, Loading. I have to think about that. That was a lengthy response. Didn't know it would take that long. Thanks. It's okay, Panda. It's okay. But you know, hopefully it's a lengthy response. But you know, this is typically. What am I trying to say? I think I'm trying to say that you asked a question about an unsolved space, and that I think this is the answer. But the problem lies on, is the tool adequate to meet the requirements that would be required for a developer, for any given developer to jump in and be like, oh, this is easy, I can work with this. So I think you're right. Maybe you give me the next $1 million idea, which is I should just finish the tool I'm building and make it intuitive enough. And maybe Loading, you're right. Maybe AI can help with that. Didn't know about literate programming? There you go. Now you know. Anyway, that's that. Panda, I hope that... That's it. That's all I got. Panda. I got some good shorts and videos today, I think. I set some markers. Even though it's just been all talking today, I think it's been some good stuff. It definitely answered the question. Good. I'm glad. Okay. As long as you're happy with that. And yeah, Travis, DM me. I know you said you wanted to DM me something. DM me anytime. Guys, my voice is dying. I'm really sorry. I'm going to go. I'm going to let my voice chill out. I'm going to go have some honey tea. I'm just going to chill. 6.5 hours though. Okay. We're almost back to 100%. Okay. We're almost back to 100%, Spiro. All right. I promise I'm going to do my best. I don't want to let you guys down. You guys deserve, you know, all the good stuff. New programmer. Thank you for the follow just now. Make sure you say hi before I raid out. But if you're doing a flyby follow, thank you anyways. Skill issues, yeah. Yeah. Can't wait for 256-hour stream, yeah. Listen, I'm planning on another 72-hour stream maybe this month. At least one more 24. But I'm gonna go rest my voice, rest myself, get over this junk. Listen, before I go, you guys are all freaking awesome. I spent 6.5 hours talking to you all about some really cool stuff and having fun. We freaking papyrused ourselves. Thank you all. This is way too much fun. This is way too much fun. And you guys are great. And I love chatting with you guys. I love just spending hours with you guys doing this crap. Seriously. We papyrused. All the consecutive... Yeah, I'm planning another. That's right, MJ. It ain't stopping me. I'm planning another. But you guys are all awesome. Thank you for being here. Thank you. I know like my job is to kind of entertain you guys, but honestly, you guys entertain me too. And I really appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop talking. I can tell my voice is dying. I'm going to go raid out. You guys have a good day, a good night, whatever you're having. Let me find somebody to raid, all right? Who should I raid? If I go like this... Thanks, XP. Thanks, everybody. Arvis, I mean, AH and Shreyas aren't here, but thank you. MJ, Sergeant, Salty, all the new guys today. Like, you know, Arvis, you know, like all of you. Thank you all. You guys are all freaking awesome, man. I have so much fun with all of you. Okay, so Chris is on. Chris is on, but unfortunate. Yeah, thanks, noob. I'm sorry. You just joined and I can't keep going much longer, noob, but I promise I'll do my best to make it worth your while. Should we raid Chris again? I raided him yesterday. That's a thing. I'm going to try and let me just see if there's anybody else who maybe I can spread it around. But Chris will be our backup plan. Let me just see who's on, what's happening. Let me go down here. Holy cow, there are a lot of people on today. Building chat with Elixir and web components. Does anybody want to do Elixir and web components? Does anybody want me to go there? I'll take some feedback from chat, whatever you guys want to jump into. Just trying to find somebody that would like align with what you guys are interested in. There's some Ruby, making a factorial-like game. Ooh. Factorial-like game sounds good. Making pixel art. Godot, HTML, 3D top-down. You do like Factorio? That does sound interesting to me, yeah. Let me see what else people are doing. Protobuf, damn. Linear algebra coding in C. Oh, HTMX Pong? NPM is on? Oh, no, but he's not actually doing it. He's not actually doing it. I see what's on his screen. I'm not taking you guys over there. If he had it on screen, I would take you over there. Card game, Unreal Engine. There's me. All right, here's what we're doing. We're gonna go see the Factorio. We'll see what the Factorio guy is up to, all right? Because that sounds interesting. I love Factorio. So we're gonna raid Lugswell, okay? And hopefully here we go. Okay. Oh, damn. Sorry, MJ. I didn't see till now. I didn't check until now. Okay. What I'll do is I'll put him on my follow, and I'll see if he's around next time. Because Haskell's pretty cool. Okay. Make sure you say hi to Lugswo. I don't know who this person is. But they're lower, so I want to spread the love around. Make sure you say hi. The title says they're building Factorio game, and they've got code on there. So we'll see. Make sure you give him some love. And again, thank you guys. This was like a fun 6.5 hour stream with a botched voice. You guys are all freaking awesome again. I love all of you. I'll see you as soon as I can. I don't know when my next stream will be exactly, but it'll be later this week. Definitely not tomorrow, but later this week. Peace out, everyone. Love you all.